I might still make you laugh. I just won't be sitting in this seat doing it. Rita. It's Rita. Okay. I'll give her a minute. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The December 4th meeting of the Board of Education will now come to order. Please stand for today's invocation, followed by the pledge. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies. Being ever mindful of your guidance, stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome to this meeting of the Board of Education. This meeting is being televised live on AACPS TV and live streamed on the internet. General information and protocols for the meeting are posted on the sign by the doorway as you enter the room, so please make sure you read those if you have not already. Item 2.03 is approval of the minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes? We have a motion and a second. Any discussion or edits to the minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the minutes are approved. Item 2.04 is establish agenda order. Would any member like to add anything to the agenda that's not currently printed? Seeing none, the agenda will stand as published. I would be remiss if I did not mention one of our members, Ms. Anchwine, is feeling a little under the weather today, and she regrets not being here. At this time, we'll move to item 2.05, board recognitions, and I know we have a very special recognition to make today.
Good morning. I'm Carol Ann McCurdy, Director of Partnerships Development and Marketing, and I have the pleasure of presenting this morning's board recognition. Before I begin, I'd like to ask the members of the board and Dr. Arlotto to come forward. Members of the board and Dr. Arlotto, today we are pleased to recognize South Shore Elementary School's Teresa Beilstein, a third grade teacher who has been honored not only as an outstanding educator in our district, but across the state. As I think most of you know, on October 25th, Teresa was named the 2019-2020 Maryland State Teacher of the Year. A career changer, Miss B, as she is known by her students, has taught third grade at South Shore Elementary School since 2013. Miss B is passionate about science and works to encourage science engagement in both her school and across our county. She is currently the science team lead and science fair coordinator at South Shore, and she has supported the Office of Science for over 4 years through curriculum writing and professional development. Teresa is always on the lookout for opportunities to support her school. She has served as a grade level and intermediate team lead, as well as dance coordinator, and has helped her school earn and renew a number of school-wide certifications, including Maryland Green School, AACPS Wellness School of Distinction, and International Baccalaureate Primary Years Program. Teresa is also a dedicated advocate for mental health and is a member of the Anne Arundel County Mental Health Task Force created by this board. Teresa is a national board certified teacher and continues her personal commitment to supporting professional development by hosting teaching interns and serving as a mentor to other educational candidates pursuing their own national board certification. While these accomplishments are impressive, it is her commitment to students that led Teresa to be selected as a representative for the teaching profession in our state. Teresa chose this profession because she wanted to foster meaningful relationships, and that focus is on display every day at South Shore. Brandy Hoot, the parent of a former student of Miss B's, shared this. As a parent, I often ask my children if they feel if there is an adult in the building who they trust 100%, someone they could talk to if there were ever a problem. The answer is always Miss Beilstein. She makes students feel safe and loved. In addition to serving as a spokesperson for teachers across the state, Teresa is also the 4th Anne Arundel educator to represent Maryland in the National Teacher of the Year competition, and 2 in the last 3. As Teresa and her principal, Stacy Shaffrin, come forward, please join me in thanking her for her daily commitment to our students and to our community.
All right, guys, we'll take a few minutes. And just that corner over that one. There you go, perfect.
Thank you for doing that. Item 2.06 is Educator of the Month, Mrs. Ellis.
That came out fast, thank you. Today, the Board of Education recognizes an educator in our system who truly considers how parent, student, and teacher involvement are paramount to student success. Mrs. Jessica Allman, English Language Acquisition Teacher from Nantucket Elementary School. Mrs. Allman works hard to incorporate families into the school community. She plans an ELL night every marking period where she informs parents of all ethnicities and cultures about general topics including parent portal, accessing online resources, and completing forms for school. She has also invited students to the school once a week during the summer to facilitate discussions about books they are reading and check out books they are interested in. She is involved in designing a culture bulletin board that highlights a specific heritage of those who attend the school. She also displayed a map of the world in our school so that every child and family could see what countries are represented at Nantucket. Mrs. Allman is a positive staff member to work with, always willing to help in any way possible. She is willing to model lessons, pull small groups together, and co-teach to help each student reach success. She takes time to incorporate the skills and topics from curriculum into her own lessons. This supports students with pre-teaching and reteaching as necessary. Mrs. Allman is a part of the school improvement team and the collaborative decision-making team. She is also reviewing data to monitor the school's goals and growth. She is a model for the students at Nantucket. She is helpful, kind-hearted, hardworking, and positive. She displays these traits every day towards her colleagues, parents, and students. Mrs. Allman provides an immense service to the students of, there's a typo in front of me, to the students, staff, and community of Nantucket Elementary School. She is willing to go the extra mile to make everyone feel comfortable and welcome. She goes above and beyond building relationships with her students. This is evident when their faces light up when they see her. Nantucket is lucky to have such a great attribute at its school. Jessica Allman, you play a critical role in the academic achievement and success of the students of Nantucket Elementary School. The part that you play in our students' lives does not go unnoticed, and for these reasons and more, the board is honored to recognize you, Educator of the Month for December 2019. Congratulations.
She told me that she was going to be speaking in support of ELL programs, and she wanted my support. So, surprised! I was surprised. Yeah.
So, who do you have here with you today?
My mom and dad are here today. Yeah.
That's exciting.
And I think, and my husband and my baby.
So these are for you. You come into this picture. You are a big part of this. Here, either side. There we go. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Item 2.07 is Employee of the Month, and last month our November Employee of the Month could not be here, so today we will have two Employees of the Month recognized. First, Mrs. Hummer.
Often when you enter a school, the first person you meet is a school secretary. Known as the hub of the school secretary is an integral part of the smooth operation of the facility, staff, and students, ensuring that the school and its resources and agendas dovetail in order to provide excellent educational opportunities to each student while functioning as a resource for the community. At Brooklyn Park Elementary School, Ms. Brenda Pratt, Principal Secretary, is an outstanding professional, making her our November 2019 Employee of the Month. Ms. Pratt is organized, respectful, and goes above and beyond to make sure tasks are completed. She helps the staff, parents, and community members always with a smile on her face. She makes people feel comfortable and provides valuable information, taking care of everyone as if they were family. Her positive attitude and energy in the often busy office helps keep the atmosphere at Brooklyn Park Elementary welcoming for all who enter. She is calming for parents, staff, and students who may initially enter the office upset. Her caring demeanor makes it a pleasure for others to work with her. Ms. Pratt is one of the many staff members who help keep our school spirit alive. Ms. Pratt is hardly ever out of the office, maintaining consistency and a strong work ethic. Brooklyn Park Elementary School is lucky to have such an effective and efficient school secretary. So for these reasons and more, we honor her as our November 2019 Employee of the Month. Congratulations, and come join me up front.
get you here? I was supposed to bring Ann Perez to talk.
She's sharing like Spanish curriculum later on the
Look, you have quite a crowd. So who all's here for you? My son, Tim Pratt. My daughter, Jessica, that came from New Jersey. My mom, my sister, my brother, Miss Shakin, Miss Carino, and Miss Gillen. So that's awesome. So thank you for all you do. We know that the secretaries run the building. So, and they're all nodding over there. So you need to get back to work. Because they're falling apart. Really. We'll be taking some pictures in a few minutes. So thank you.
And now for the December Employee of the Month, Mr. Live.
Good morning, everyone. Other duties as assigned. That phrase is often the last line of a job description, including a capture of any task that may come up unexpectedly. In the case of this nominee, other duties as assigned has been the hallmark of her career with Anne Arundel County Public Schools. Initially hired as a temporary receptionist at the front desk of the Parham building, while still in school, Lauren Gray Hawkins has since had multiple positions at central office before recently joining the newly created Partnerships, Development, and Marketing departments as its Business and Communications Specialist in July of 2014. Her official role in the department involves working with various offices and schools throughout the county to construct effective messages and promotional materials in support of Anne Arundel County Public Schools strategic plan. She helps with developing content for our TV station, the website, newsletters, and other communication vehicles to help increase awareness of public school programs, events, and offerings, both internally and externally. However, Ms. Gray Hawkins is habitually called upon to serve in a variety of capacities, and she enthusiastically accepts those challenges, always willing to learn, grow, and help. Ms. Gray Hawkins is known throughout Central Office and within the Anne Arundel County Public Schools community for her ability to ask questions that lead to a deeper understanding, working collaboratively to achieve a better result. As Deputy Superintendent Dr. Maureen McMahon put it, you want Lauren on a project because she is a good thinker. Ms. Gray Hawkins has been instrumental in the development and launch of the micro-credential program offered to employees through the Office of Professional Growth and Development. She contributed significantly to the 3 driving values of the 2018-2023 strategic plan. She is a credible and respected resource for so many of her colleagues. She is often asked to review others' documents, websites, and materials to provide a fresh perspective and honest feedback. Ms. Gray Hawkins helps in creating a culture within our school system that celebrates excellence in education, playing a leading role in the Faces of AACPS storytelling campaign, Thank a Teacher, and is one of the reasons that our Teacher of the Year program is so strong. She supports the Business Partner of the Year program, the Washington Post Teacher and Principal of the Year programs, and other employee recognition efforts. She also supports events and programs hosted by our School and Community Partnerships Office, as well as the 21st Century Education Foundation. Lauren Gray Hawkins, your high standards and never-ending quest to improve the way Anne Arundel County Public Schools cultivates relationships that benefit our students and our schools, takes the other duty. Immerse yourself in every project and treat every person with respect by listening and seeking to understand what they need to better support students. You truly are an asset to your department and to everyone in our family. Congratulations on your recognition as the board's December 2019 Employee of the Month. Please join me up front to receive your award. Who's out there making all the noise?
So my entire department, also my parents, my brother and sister, colleagues I've worked with for years. My husband became our intern for the semester here, and just so many other colleagues that I work with. It's just so special to see everyone.
Oh, unbelievable. As I used to say in the Navy, bravo Zulu. Great job.
Item 2.08 is Volunteer of the Month. Mrs. Corkadell.
We are better together. All means all. Teamwork makes the dream work. These sayings capture what it means to really be a part of Anne Arundel County Public Schools. And fortunately, a great many volunteers emulate. We are Education is thrilled to honor you as our December 2019 Volunteer of the Month. After retiring from a career teaching, Ms. Connolly offered her time and resources to support the literacy development of the first grade students at Shadyside Elementary. Every week, she can be found in the hallway practicing rainbow words, also known as sight words, with students. According to first grade teacher Jennifer Sturgill, students' faces light up when they see her enter the school and know this is the day that Rainbow Lady will be here. She has the system organized like a well-oiled machine, giving individual students support, assessments, and incentives. Mrs. Connolly goes out of her way to build a one-on-one relationship with each of the 80 students she works with. First grade teacher Sarah Harris shared that when Mrs. Connolly noticed a student struggling this year, she asked if she could bring in some matching word games and try some new techniques to help the student recognize the words. Not surprisingly, Mrs. Connolly's work is getting results. When the Rainbow Word program was first implemented, the teachers struggled to find time to access each student weekly in addition to providing guided reading instruction. But once Mrs. Connolly began to work with the students, the teachers noticed a considerable difference in the sight word recognition. Students were excited, engaged, and truly impacted by her presence. Mrs. Connolly also works to engage family members. In addition to incentives such as stickers or bookmarks, she gives each child a sticky note with the words they need to continue to work on at home. This gives families a conversation starter to discuss the work they have completed with Mrs. Connolly that day. Mrs. Connolly, you are a very great valued asset to Shadyside Elementary School and the entire Anne Arundel County Public Schools community. And we thank you for your unwavering dedication to the students at Shadyside. Would you please come forward? It is with great appreciation that I would like you to present this Volunteer of the Month certificate and bell.
So, Mrs. Connolly, first, how did they convince you to come here today?
Well, they told me my daughter was getting an award. Seriously.
Okay, and who do you have here with us?
My husband is here, my daughter, and then Mrs. Sturgill and the principal.
Well, I know quite a few folks down in Shadyside, and you were so well valued and so well appreciated. And so here, on behalf of the board, congratulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And to today's honorees, we'll be recessing momentarily for some photos in the lobby. Item 2.09, School and Community Highlights. Mrs. Schalheim.
I just wanted to remind all in the audience and those watching at home that I almost wore orange today because tomorrow is another Unity Day, and so I wanted to remind everyone to always be kind and inclusive and accepting, and I'm delighted that our staff have the opportunity to engage in another professional development along those lines. And so wear orange, everyone, tomorrow.
Mrs. Hummer.
So I had the pleasure the other night of attending the 65th anniversary of the Trium Music Society at Glen Burnie High School. It's the oldest Trium chapter in the county, and maybe even be in the state. And they had alumni return, Trium alumni, and perform, which was amazing, including a wonderful 1995 graduate who is now a music teacher in our schools. So it shows how the music influences people throughout their lives and come out. And so it's just another example of the great music traditions we have here in the school system.
Great. Any other school and community highlights? Seeing none, item 2.10 CAC report, and there is none today.
No report.
Great. At this time, we'll take a 10-minute recess. Thank you. you so much. We will now resume with the departmental reports. Item 4.01 is the safety and security. I'm so sorry. Public comment, there were no cards today for public comment. Departmental reports. Item 4.01, safety and security report. Mrs. Jackson, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, President Gillen, Vice President Corkadell, members of the board, and Dr. Arlotto. For the record, I'm Monique Jackson, Deputy Superintendent for Student and School Support, and I am providing a monthly update on security as requested. The Code of Maryland regulation and the Maryland State Department of Education require every local school system to develop an annual drill schedule that addresses specific emergency responses. One of these emergency responses is lockdown, and this action is generally the most misunderstood and mischaracterized of the emergency responses available in most schools. This report will provide a brief overview of the term lockdown and the most recent lockdown security drill in AACPS locations. The word lockdown is a word that initiates an immediate response by school staff, including administrators, teachers, food service workers, custodial personnel, to move students when a potential safety threat has been detected inside of the school building. The term lockdown is often erroneously considered synonymous with active shooter. Lockdown does not mean a school is under attack by an armed assailant, nor is it exclusively used for firearm or weapon incidents. A potential emergency that exists inside of a school building will typically not be visible to all persons inside of the building, nor will all safety threats be stationary or contained to a singular location. Situations can emerge suddenly and escalate quickly. Options for evading a rapidly escalating mobile emergency inside the school building are limited, and the most common strategy to protect students from physical and or psychological harm is to move students to a different location away from the threat. Lockdown is simply a word used to initiate a crowd control action when a known threat, suspicious behavior, or unsafe action is detected inside of the building. Lockdown may be appropriate for parent custody disputes, intruders, weapons violations, or medical emergencies, large fights, and a host of other events where preventative action that moves students to safer locations are appropriate. Moving students away and isolating the problem minimizes distractions for responding school staff, and it allows for a quicker and safer resolution. A lockdown response may certainly be appropriate in an active shooter incident, but the concept of quickly moving students to more secure locations, whether inside the building or to the outside, and under conditions where they need to move rapidly, is unexpected and time sensitive. It is essential crowd control skill that requires practice. Recommendations by the leading industry experts, including Safe Havens International, from their April 2014 report, include key elements found in the AACPS approach to staff training. These include increasing the training focus to the first 30 seconds of the school crisis event, resisting the urge to focus exclusively on active shooter events, and providing staff with an opportunity to develop communication skills while performing crowd management functions under a period of intense time and psychological stress. Again, it is important to note the emphasis in these drills is to provide staff experiences and confidence when directing students and visitors during emergencies. In this regard, AACPS employees are like the commercial aviation crews. The likelihood of a commercial aviation accident is statistically minimal, yet the flight crew is extensively trained to guide diverse passengers under a wide array of emergency circumstances that will likely never occur. Law specifically requires passenger adherence to the crew instruction, and the flight crew is expected to direct passengers in the event of an emergency. Similarly, AACPS staff are expected to guide students during emergencies, and a crucial element of successful outcomes is the student's willingness to follow instruction from this well-trained adult. Many people assume school employees will recognize the early signs of a crisis and know what to do. Actual incidents throughout the nation, however, have proven this to be erroneous, and in some cases, a deadly assumption. AACPS endeavors to create scripts for emergency training that provides school employees an opportunity to see a problem and take immediate action in the first critical seconds of a potential emergency. The actions include, but are not limited to, moving students away from the problem and communicating effectively with other staff during periods of enhanced stress and time pressure. The intent of the most current lockdown drill is to provide staff an opportunity to practice recognizing a preset visual cue of potential emergency. The visual cue or stimulus in the current drill is a staff member. Other staff members are expected to notice this visual cue of the staff member with a brightly colored vest among a large group of students. Staff are expected to guide and direct students to available exits and to adapt their direction to students as a person wearing the safety vest remains and continues to move into this space. There are no real or simulated weapons used, nor does this drill incorporate any loud sounds mimicking weaponry. The drill specifically prohibits staff members from wearing the safety vest, from touching students or staff. Most simply put, this lockdown drill is a crowd management experience that requires staff to direct students and students to listen and to respond appropriately. Written feedback, staff interviews, and video footage are reviewed after the drills to benchmark areas of excellence, as well as those needing additional practice. The Office of School Security has consistently found locations that perform impromptu security-related emergency drills beyond the minimum requirements in Maryland law, consistently achieving more successful outcomes and averting common incidents from escalating to larger crises. When sudden emergencies are unavoidable, locations where security drills are commonplace typically respond faster, more appropriate, and less overall disruption to the school environment than locations that drill at minimal levels. Parents can assist the AACPS efforts by talking with their students about the importance of listening and quickly responding to staff instructions during the emergency drills. During drills and actual emergencies, the challenge of getting older students to adhere to staff instruction and move purposefully is clear. Parents are uniquely positioned to aid in reducing this training gap, and we appreciate their assistance as we strive to keep our AACPS community safe. Thank you, and this concludes our update, and I am available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Jackson. At this time, are there any board questions or comments? Seeing none, any public comment? Seeing none. Item 4.02 is the bullying prevention report. Mrs. Jackson again.
Thank you again, sir. And good morning again, President Gillen, Vice President Corkadell, and members of the Board of Education. For the record, I'm Monique Jackson, Deputy Superintendent for Student and School Support. I am providing the update on bullying prevention as requested. The Office of Safe and Orderly Schools has been working with the Technology Division to update the bullying, intimidation, and harassment portal. It will now be a one-stop shop for investigation and reporting. All information will now be located in one space. Information is in real time, and school-based administrators will be able to save their work throughout the investigation until completion. The site pre-populates for MSDE reporting as well. Schools will have access to their own reports. Their data can be used for anti-bullying initiatives in their school, including but not limited to increased accountability, strategic planning, monitoring a safe climate, and professional development initiatives. Administrators can also check for incomplete investigations. As of November 1st, there have been 346 bullying reports filed and 90 bias forms. This data is in alignment with the numbers of reports filed as of that time last year. Our team is working on the request and presenting this information by cluster to this board in a user-friendly format. Thank you. That concludes the update, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you again, Mrs. Jackson. Any board questions or comments at this time? Mrs. Shawheim.
I thank you as always for your reports. So when might that information by cluster be available to us?
I am hoping by the close of business on Friday.
Perfect.
Pending no major issues.
Yeah.
But we wanted to wait until the end of the marking period data so that we had clean data for the end of the marking period. And it's not as easy as just lifting it. We have to sort and make sure that any data that is not someone, for example, may put that they are in the Glen Burnie cluster, but they're actually in the Severna Park cluster. So we have to make sure that the school matches with the self-reported cluster of the parent.
Well, that's what the bowling reports, but the bias, we'll also have access for the bias stuff by.
Yes, I'm going to do both of them.
Yeah, but those are still internal, like the school
The bias is
administrator.
internal, yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right, great. Thank you so much.
Bullying is generated by, but we're going to do both, so that's
Perfect.
why.
All right, thank you.
Okay, any further board questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, any public comment? Seeing none, thank you, Mrs. Jackson. Item 4.03 is the Diversity and Inclusion Report, and we'll turn to Dr. Gillens. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, President Gilliland, Dr. Arlotto, and members of the board. For the record, I am Maisha Gillens, Executive Director of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement. I am providing the monthly update on diversity and inclusion. I am pleased to give you an update on the progress of the joint initiative to eliminate all gaps. The committee met on October 7th, where they had an opportunity to read through the responses from participants who attended the September 23rd meeting at Arundel High School. Several themes emerged from the participants' responses. They are social determinants of education, discipline, family life, curriculum, and structural racism. Subcommittees were created based on these themes. Each subcommittee was then tasked to analyze the responses more deeply by answering the following questions. What do the responses say? Why do they say that? What do you speculate to be true? What might be happening and why? And what steps can be taken? On November 18th, each subcommittee reported out their answers to the before-mentioned questions. The remainder of the meeting focused on how to develop a SMART goal. A SMART goal is specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and timely based on each theme. Each committee is tasked to create the S for the SMART goal, which focuses on the specific problem the subcommittee is trying to solve. The next meeting will take place on January 6th, and I look forward to providing you with continuous updates. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Dr. Gillens. We'll turn to board questions and comments. Mrs. Ellis.
Thank you. Excuse me. I believe last time this topic came up, I asked about information that's on the website. Is that being updated? So the members of these subcommittees or the chairs, are they available for the public to know who's?
Yes. So my error, I had some difficulty with the distribution list of folks who attended September 23rd, but we have that resolved.
Okay.
But yes, it is definitely live. The website is available for anyone to view.
So if someone has something they think they can contribute, they're able to see who's on there.
Yes.
And perhaps contact
That is
them.
correct.
And we also talked about the opportunity to join the listserv for distribution. Is there a capability online for someone to join?
So if you attended, you mean from one of the subcommittees?
Going forward, if someone wants to be
To get
on
kept
that
in the
list.
loop.
Yeah.
Sure, I suppose that will go through, a request will go through me for me to know if someone's interested. So everyone who attended September 23rd will have access to all the information. And so if an individual did not attend September 23rd, I suppose it will have to be directed to me or my assistant to add them to the listserv. I'm trying to make a connection as to how I would know if someone was interested.
That's what I'm wondering. Is there a contact form, or can we put a button on? I know I had a website and it was pretty easy just to put a form.
Yeah, a link does exist,
Okay.
correct, yes. Okay. But the location of it is where it sounds like my team is behind me is going, yes, we'll help you with that, Maisha.
Okay, great.
So great.
That's great. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Thank you. Any other board questions or comments at this time? Seeing none, any public comment? Seeing none, thank you, Dr. Gillens. Item 4.04 is the transportation report, and we'll turn to Mr. Shaknovich. Welcome.
Good morning. For the record, Al Chaknovich, thank you for the opportunity of bringing item 4.04, the transportation report, to your attention this morning. The issue I want to address is the issue of, unfortunately, of passing stopped school buses. As you know, Maryland and the other 49 states do, in fact, require drivers to come to a complete and full stop, with extremely limited exceptions when a school bus is stopped with its stop arm extended and its warning systems deployed. Sadly, a one-day survey done here within Maryland by MSDE this past April 2018, identified 3,812 instances where bus drivers reported vehicles passing a stopped bus here in Maryland. Fortunately, 22 states, now including Maryland, have created or updated existing enabling legislation to allow stop arm camera systems to catch drivers who are inappropriately passing school buses. Here within Maryland, a camera-generated fine as of July 1, 2019 could create a maximum of a $500 penalty. No points are associated with this civil citation through an automated school bus camera program. The fine for the same offense, if issued by a uniformed police or sheriff here in the state of Maryland, is $570 and a 3-point assessment against your driver's license. 4 Maryland counties, as of now, either have or are actively working with their local legislatures to allow their local police or sheriff departments to utilize the state umbrella legislation on a local level, thus authorizing the use of recorded images taken by a school bus monitoring camera to be used as the basis of issuing a civil citation. We have had some extensive conversations with both Montgomery County and Howard County. They're ahead of us on this timeline-wise. They both successfully have sort of gone through the process. Montgomery County is more experienced. Howard has just gone through it more recently. And again, based on their successes, we've initiated conversations here with our county administration. I know the superintendent has spoken to the county executive, and we've spoken to staff to begin the process of crafting local enabling legislation that naturally would have to go before the county council. We've also involved the county police department because a lot of the logistics would fall upon them. They are clearly supportive, right? It's safety, and they realize that they simply do not have the staffing levels to be out there on the streets to monitor our, 500-600 buses all day. So they are conceptually supportive. A lot of work needs to be done, but again, it all is predicated upon the local county here, Anne Arundel, passing a local ordinance that takes advantage of the state umbrella legislation, and then after that, the mechanics of how we would work collaboratively with the county to deploy the process would go forward. And with that, we'll take any questions that you may have this morning.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Shaknovich. We'll go with Mrs. Corkadell and then Mrs. Schalheim.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to take a minute to thank you for proposing the school bus safety enhancements. It's something that's always been on my mind for quite a number of years. Well, when I've been at the school bus with my own kids, and so I just wanted to say that I'm very supportive of having the camerization, and very thankful that the council is being so supportive, and I look forward to working with them on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Corkadell. Mrs. Schalheim.
Thank you for your report as always. I'm going to ask you some unrelated questions to that. How is the work with the transportation consultant going? And also, on a separate note, have there been any changes made to how we recruit bus drivers, so we're not then just handing them off to another entity after they get their CDL. Have we made any changes to any sort of requirements for their service for any length of time? Just building on some things that we've talked about from previous reports that you've given.
Sure. With respect to your first question, my analysis is that it's going well. With respect to your second question, that would be something, that would be an employment-related matter that would have to be negotiated. The drivers are Unit 3 AFSCME members in most cases, and the aides in many cases are Unit 4 SAAC members. So to impose a conditional employment type change in all likelihood would have to go through the negotiating process.
So it's in their negotiated agreement that we pay for their CDL at this time and that we require nothing in return?
No, it is not. But once you become, so pre-employment, the bargain agreements really don't respect or don't address pre-employment conditions, right? So until you become an employee of the district. But once you become an employee of the district, if you're in a negotiated labor unit, you're then subject to a negotiated agreement. Post-employment, for example, if I was to take an adverse action, you know, to dismiss an employee or financially go after them with some sort of a financial penalty, et cetera, it's arguable that that may have to be a negotiated item. So that's what we're going to have to explore through the labor negotiation side first. It's not something that at the moment we feel we can just unilaterally impose on two bargaining units.
Are our contracted drivers part of ASME or?
No, ma'am. I'm talking about
got it.
School,
yeah, in-house.
school district employees.
All right.
Yes.
So what about, do we pay for the CDLs for the contractors to hire drivers, or just our internal bus drivers?
So we run classes for both.
So for the contracted ones where they're not under a labor agreement or negotiated agreement, can we change the way we look at that so we're not using taxpayer money to fund a trucking company's drivers?
We certainly can. Just please understand that that could also de-incentivize individuals to come forward at the same time.
I know.
So
I'm just trying to close the loop. And then to go back to my first question, can you expand upon it's going well?
They've confirmed that they're on target to deliver their product in accordance with the contract deadline.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Schalheim. Ms. Alvey.
Thank you, Mr. Shaknovich. With respect to the superintendent's staff and the board's goal to function as efficiently as possible, I move that the departmental reports be bundled to one item on all future day meeting agendas, as per the superintendent's recommendation. I encourage my fellow board members to be informed on specific departmental related matters by superintendent staff prior to the meeting in order to achieve the goal of the departmental reports to be an informational session. For public transparency, I request a public comment opportunity after departmental reports to remain present.
Okay.
Second.
So we've got a motion and a second. I just want to, just in transparency for the board, I just want everybody to know we do have one public comment card for the transportation report that we can get to momentarily. So we've got a live motion that's been seconded now. Board discussion, Mrs. Schalheim.
So let me get this straight. You're suggesting that we don't have these individual departmental reports, even though this body really wanted that and voted to have those in a year ago? You want those to be removed from the agenda?
I want them to be bundled into one item so that they would be more concise.
But different people have to present those different reports, so I don't understand how that would make things more concise. I disagree because it's great for the public to know on our publicly posted agendas what's going to be discussed, and I don't understand how that would limit the time, because we have Ms. Jackson giving two of them, Dr. Gillen's giving one, and Mr. Shaknovich giving the fourth. So I just don't understand how this would streamline things.
The difference would be that each of those individuals would come up together, give a few brief report-like statements, and then we can move on as a board.
I enjoy hearing the depth and breadth of what they have to say. I think it's beneficial to us and the public, and I think it's something that's needed. I would be against.
My motion stands.
Okay, Mrs. Ellis.
Thank you. I have a little trouble envisioning how that would happen if we have different departments reporting sort of on the as part of the same agenda item, because so in other words, let's say today we had 3 presenters for 4 items. Would they all, each 3 have their words for us, and then we ask questions of those that we wish to ask questions of? I support your intention, like what you're trying to do as far as streamlining. I am wondering if a better option would be to maybe break them out and have every other month two at one meeting and 2 at the other, or something like that.
So the reason I stated my motion that way is because I know how important the reports are to the fellow board members, and also I understand that these issues that are listed here are very specific and have different implications as the months go by. So I don't know if it would be totally beneficial to have them in rotating months per se, but with talking to Dr. Arlotto, he recommended that having them as one departmental report will not be an issue as far as my understanding goes. And the question part will remain. They each go, and then you can ask as many questions as you feel needed.
Okay, for me, just thinking it through, if we're receiving the same information and board members are still asking questions of each of them, I'm not sure it's going to streamline anything, and it might make things a little more confusing. Again, I support the spirit of what you're trying to accomplish. I'm just trying to envision how that's actually going to create the, what you're the goal, achieve the goal.
So I would request that my motion stand as presented, only because that's how I feel it would work best, and I would leave the logistics up to the superintendent and his staff to present in whatever way in that one action item they feel, or one item on the agenda they feel best fit.
Mr. Grannon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess I'm going to phrase this as a point of order, and maybe it even will require some comment from our legal counsel serving as parliamentarian. I don't believe that even a majority vote of the board can control future agendas, particularly given that it's been a long-standing practice of the board, and may even be actually memorialized in board policy, that it only takes 2 board members to request an agenda item. So we should keep in mind, I don't see how even a vote of 5 board members today could bind the board in future from having broken out agenda items if 2 board members wish to see them that way. So that's the first point. I don't know that we have the power to do that. The second point is, I have sat here when the departmental reports were being made. So this is just the practical point. So the first one is a legal and procedural point. The second point is practical. And I've heard them say, we don't really have anything new to report. So I think that we can defer and respect these professionals to not just report at length when there's nothing to actually report. So that's not a time-wasting device. And then I'll say in respect to Ms. Antwine, who is ill and not here today, she was initially the one that was pushing for these broken out reports for purposes of transparency and accountability. And I think it's not particularly in keeping with the spirit of the board to now kind of try to undo that when she's not even here to address it. And again, I'll just go back to my first point. I don't see how this can be done when any 2 board members at any time can create an agenda item. I'm done.
Mr. Grannon, if I may, I heard legal counsel and parliamentary question in brewing. and I stepped away to get Mr. Burns
Yes.
out here, and I missed the rest of what you said.
So, Mr. President, I guess I'm phrasing it as a point of order, that I don't know how even a majority vote of the board today could bind future boards from, collapsing or preventing certain agenda items when it's been a long-standing practice, and I believe even board written policy, that any two board members at any time can request an agenda item. So that's my point. I don't see how a majority vote today can prevent that from happening in the future, when in the future any two board members could simply say, well, yes, I would like to see again a transportation report, a specified departmental report.
And if I may, I think I'm trying to piece together a lot of what I'm hearing and potentially perhaps answering your inquiry without legal counsel, but he is here in case we need him now. That I think you summarized quite well, that if there is nothing new or substantive to report, then that perhaps, would be a time to eliminate that report from an agenda if we're getting into efficiency and saving time and avoiding some redundancy if possible. So I don't know if that in itself answers your question, in that if we need one, we put it on there, and if we don't need one, we don't. I'm just speculating because I'm not the maker of the motion, but I certainly understand and appreciate why it's being made. But I'm also choosing a subset of one of your statements. It wasn't the full statement, but when you
just to respond briefly to that, Mr. President, I guess what I was saying is that when the relevant professional comes up for the departmental report, I've actually seen this when they say they don't really have anything to report at length.
Right.
I actually don't think that's a big waste of time. They're obviously sitting there and ready to answer any questions from the board. And if, for example, they say they don't have a lot to report, but there has actually been some occurrence that should be reported, that's the time when they're there and accountable, and for transparency purposes, they're there to answer questions or to take concerns from us and from the public. There may be things that they don't know about.
And then just in interest of ensuring that we answer your question, do you want an answer to the question about?
I think it would be informative to the board to hear from our parliamentarian whether a majority of the board today, assuming 5 votes were cast in favor of this motion, could bind future boards when the board policy is that any 2 board members can request an agenda item.
Mr. Gillen, Dr. Arlotto, members of the board, I was listening to the exchange on the monitoring in the caucus room, and I understand pretty clearly what Ms. Alvey was saying. I would caution the board. I think the best way to answer is I would caution the board, since you have a handbook and you have policy and regulations that govern the manner in which you conduct your meetings, the manner in which you set your agenda. I would caution you against spontaneously adopting any motion in the middle of a meeting that sought to alter any of those procedures unless you were fully briefed and talking about all that already exists governing your meetings. And so with that caution in mind, I would suggest that if you were going to override existing rules and procedures for setting your agendas, and I think, Mr. Grant, you've heard me mention this before, you may need to take a supermajority approach just to do that today. Whether or not that would be legal, I'd still have some concerns. And I would not encourage that kind of motion today to bind future boards, because I think it does run counter to your handbook and your existing procedures.
Okay, well, if this goes to a vote, Mr. President, my vote is going to be consistent with our legal counsel advice.
I suspend the motion.
Withdraw.
Withdraw.
Withdraw the motion. The motion's been withdrawn. Mrs. Hummer.
So I think I'm hearing from people that they appreciate the spirit of what this is being given. I think when these reports were first put out here, it was put forth by Ms. Antwine that these would be short reports that would be an opportunity to celebrate things within the school system, but also to address things. So to share things that are positive that we're doing what come out. I think at times they have become more than that. They've gone beyond that, and that's where some of the time comes up. I also think sometimes issues are brought forth in those times that concern me that we are not giving proper transparency to the public. So a specific topic will be brought up at that time, and it was not spelled out on the agenda, and so the public was not aware that topic would be discussed. And I think my suggestion and my encouragement for the board is that bigger issues like that, rather than during these reports, when it becomes a back and forth, that we instead ask, here's a concern that I have, that I would like more information on. Can we put this on the next agenda so that the public is aware, and if they want to have input, they had the opportunity to come in and speak on that, rather than us getting into side things that would come up and they haven't known ahead of time, because they may have information they want to share. They may have the same concerns and they want to do it. So that would be my only caution with these. I think these reports are valuable, but that we keep them more focused, and the bigger off-topics discussions that come, that we seek to put those as a specific agenda item with proper notice to the public so they're aware of what's coming. That would be my one recommendation to my fellow board members.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Hummer. Mr. Shaw.
My questions today were in response to things that have come up during the departmental reports and past open public sessions, and so therefore the answers I seek should also be given in public. And it wasn't just, it was Candace's championing of these things, but with a lot of our full support less than a year ago. So, I still state that for accountability and transparency, and for our information, these things have been, these little reports and summaries of what's been going on have been, I think, a positive addition to our agenda. I appreciate them, and I think they should stay as they currently are.
Sorry about that. This was supposed to be easy for me today, and I was supposed to get out of the seat, but you guys are dragging this. So we have one card for public comment, and then anyone else that would like to participate in public comment on the transportation report. Ms. Van Buskirk.
Thank you. Lisa Van Buskirk, Start School Later, Anne Arundel County. As I testified on November 6th, I received a response to my September 30th public information request of all school bus arrival times at the 12 high schools and Phoenix Academy. I provided you my chart generally showing the earlier trend of arrivals. I mentioned at the time that some data was missing because either bus routes listed on AACPS's website did not have arrival times provided by AACPS in response, or the PIA response listed bus routes and arrival times that were not associated with routes on the website. This amounted to 162 discrepancies, so it was 82 with no arrival data and 80 routes with arrivals but no publicly available first stops. In response to sharing my spreadsheet with AACPS, the first pickups for 9 routes were provided to me on November 26th, which leaves 153 outstanding discrepancies. As you can see from the chart I provided to you, it ranges from schools with 0 discrepancies like Phoenix Academy and Southern High School to Arundel, North County, Northeast, and Old Mill High Schools, which have discrepancies for 40 to 50% of their buses. Mr. Mosher's email explains why ACPS is declining to respond to the remaining 153 discrepancies. It reads in part, I quote, "In order to provide you with the most updated information possible, staff in the Anne Arundel County Public School Transportation Division went to high schools in Phoenix Academy and logged the arrival times of buses at a specific point in time. That information was provided to you. In responding to your request last year and those in previous years, AACPS has gone above and beyond what is required by the Act to provide you with information in response to your various requests. Performing the additional route analysis required to resolve the issues relative to the spreadsheet you created will result in no tangible enhancement for AACPS. Given that the Act is a Records Act and AACPS has more than met its obligation in that regard, we respectfully decline to perform the aforementioned additional analysis." My PAA request specifically said estimated time of arrival, not actual. So if AACPS wants to go above and beyond to fill my records request with actual arrival data, they can, but then you shouldn't be holding that extra effort against me. The actual arrival data actually appears to be the source of about half of the discrepancies identified. I was expecting only to receive the arrival times for those buses listed on the website. AACPS provided more, and now that the Pandora's box is open, doesn't want to explain their own discrepancies. Maryland's Public Information Act does not require the governmental agency to like the records request or think it's valuable information to release. It is an issue of transparency. If the data requested is available in an existing record, the government is obligated to provide it. AACPS may not believe it's valuable for the public to know how early buses arrive at the high schools and how long students wait to exit the buses and stand outside until the doors are unlocked. But the public does care, and I think this board cares as well. Dr. Arlotto told Ms. Schelheim at the November meeting that the scheduled arrival data is available to the board on the internal server. I'm asking for those same internal records. This is the third year I've made a records request of AACPS for bus data in 2016, 2018, and 2019. And it'll be the third year I'll be contacting Lisa Kirshner of the State Public Access Ombudsman Office, to compel AACPS to comply in full with my public information request unless this board can provide me the data I requested on September 30th. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Schelheim.
I guess I'm just really confused about if that information was given in past years in response to a public information request, why it's not being given this year. So I'm just voicing publicly my confusion.
Okay, thank you. Any further board questions or comments? Any further public comment? Seeing none on both. Thank you. Item 5.01 is our one consent item today. 5.01 is radio equipment. There's no need to bundle. Dr. Arlotto, this is an action item. Can we have your recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. I recommend the Board of Education award contract number 20-107 Motorola Radio Products to the Motorola Corporation through Anne Arundel County Government Contract number 160574 in the total amount of $297,773.54.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Board discussion. Seeing none, any public comment? Seeing none. Let me just state, I am going to recuse myself on this vote. My wife and I are shareholders in Motorola, and my father-in-law is a former corporate officer of Motorola. And while I believe it's acceptable for me to vote on this, just out of an abundance of caution, I am going to abstain to be safe. So, Mrs. Howell, this is a vote on item 5.01. Would you please call the roll?
Ms. Schelheim. Aye. Ms. Ellis. Aye. Mr. Leib.
Aye.
Ms. Hummer. Aye. Ms. Alvey. Aye. Ms. Corkadell.
Aye.
Mr. Grannon.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0-1.
Great, thank you. 7-0-1. Thank you. We'll now move to action items and item 6.01, the item we've been waiting for today, election of board officers. Before we take nominations, I just want to take a moment of personal privilege, if I may, just to say thank you to the board for the past year. I think we set a goal at the beginning of this year to really support this transition as we, in a current hybrid state, are getting to know each other, and the transition from appointed to an elected board and a fully elected board is one that I think we're seeing as not necessarily an easy path, but it is one that I think we've stepped up to the challenge, and we're progressing in that way. We're certainly not ever going to be perfect, but I think we're doing a good job, and we know that we can only get better at it. I want to say again thank you to this board for its trust in me this past year. But I'd be remiss if I didn't say thank you to a couple of others. One in particular is Dr. Arlotto. And I think Mrs. Hummer can attest to this. When you get a phone call from the superintendent at 10 p.m. on a Friday night or 8 a.m. on a Sunday morning, it's not a social call. It's because something's happened, and sometimes things that happen are not always good. And unfortunately, this year, I've received a number of those calls from the superintendent, bearing news on a number of fronts. And I do need to say, during those calls and certainly in the follow-up, I've really appreciated your leadership and stewardship of this school system as you try to do what's right and what's in the best interest of the 84,000 students for the school system. In addition to Dr. Arlotto, to the senior staff, thank you. Of course, being a board president and a board member in general, but as president, I've got to work more closely with all of you, and it's been an honor. So thank you to all of you. Diane Howe, Jackie Money. I'd be remiss if I didn't say Molly Connolly in that, because I had her for half a year. But you guys are awesome, and you keep us looking good. And of course, Mr. Farowitz in the back, thank you for all that you continue to do for the school system as well. I want to thank the two vice presidents I've had a privilege to work with, Josie Urrea, of course, who we love and now miss, as well as Michelle Quirkadell, who I think has done a fantastic job and has been extremely helpful for me at times when I forget to turn my mic off. And I use what I call sentence enhancers sometimes that I'm probably not supposed to be using behind a microphone. But thank you to Mrs. Quirkadell. And then last, as I try to get back into a focus of life, I do want to thank my wife, Emily, my daughter, Michelle. When you're doing this 20 hours a week, that's about what board president has taken. Other things have had to sacrifice, and of course, my position in the Hogan administration, I've had to sacrifice a little bit with that. My business interests, I've had to sacrifice a bit, and of course, I've had to sacrifice time with my family, and they're everything to me. So I'm looking forward to getting back to being the two most important titles to me, and that's husband and dad. So as we take next steps, I'm still going to be here to help. I'll be a backbencher. But I do look forward to supporting our next president and doing what we can to advance the school system forward. So thank you all. At this time, we'll take Thank you. We did not need to do that. Thank you. The goal is to get me out of the seat quickly here. So at this time, just as we did during the July vote, we will take nominations for president and then subsequently vice president. If only one nominee is named for either position, we will do yeas and nays by roll call vote. If there is more than one nominee, we will do a voice vote with the name of the individual, and the individual having received 5 votes will be designated as president and vice president. So at this time, we will take nominations for president. Mr. Leib.
Thank you, Mr. Gilliland. I'm very pleased and proud to nominate Michelle Corkerdell as president of the Board of Education of Anne Arundel County Public Schools.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion. No need for a second on nominations, but there has been a second, and I appreciate that. Mrs. Ellis, did you want to make?
Well, I was hoping you would push my button first, because I had to personally say a few words for you, Mr. Gilliland.
Oh,
so I hope it's not inappropriately timed, but I know, I've watched, I've seen the sacrifice you've made, and I especially appreciate the support that you've given to this transition. You've been very supportive of welcoming new members and transitioning to an elected board. You've seen it as your duty to be a resource and to sort of step out of the way and allow board members to act as board members, and I sincerely appreciate that. So, Mr. Gilliland, Terry, I consider you a friend. I had to personally thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ellis, for that. Mr. Grannon.
I guess I was planning to save this for the end, but I'll follow in Mrs. Ellis's footsteps, and I'll be blunt and brief as usual. I think had you stood for re-election today, you would have been re-elected 8-0 by this board. That I don't think there's any doubt about that. And the fact that you're not doing so and planning to serve another year without any special position, I think just says everything that it needs to say. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grannon. So we have, you guys distracted me again. So we have one nomination. Any further nominations for president at this time? Any further nominations? Seeing none, the nominee on the table is Mrs. Corkadell. Would you like to make a statement at this point?
I'll promise. 1 year ago yesterday, thought I had that on. Okay, try this again. 1 year ago yesterday, I took the oath of office to serve as the first elected school board member for District 7. It is with great pleasure and humility that I want to thank District 7 for supporting and electing me to serve as your board member. After dozens of years of serving in our communities, I cannot thank you enough for providing this wonderful opportunity, and I do not take this position for granted. As I get ready to take on another year of amazing experiences, challenges, and opportunities, I want to thank my fellow board members who were elected and appointed to serve with me for their service. I hope to continue to make a real difference in the educational advancement of our children and students, and look forward to doing so with the wisdom and dedication of our communities. Each one of us plays a critical role in the education of our children. Together, we can continue to cultivate well-educated students who are willing to take risks and actions that impact not only themselves and their careers, but the communities where they live. That is why it's so important that all of us do our part for the continued success of our children. As your education representative, I am on the front lines ensuring your investment in our children's education is not only an investment in their success, it's an investment in all of our future. I'm truly amazed with the vast amount of opportunities and blessings I have gained. I know this was and still is one of the best decisions of my life. Being your representative has afforded me the opportunity to engage in activities that broaden my horizons. I ascertained the ability to observe and appreciate new ideas, which influenced my thinking and contributed to my professional growth. I personally am here today because through the will and grace of God, I have a family that has given me their full support, unconditional love, and constant encouragement. Throughout my career, under the guidance and support of many good inspirational mentors, I have learned to focus on a practical, clear line of sight in order to achieve goals. I'm forever grateful for these life lessons, because choosing to invest in civic service was an investment not just in my future, but ultimately all of our futures. I know that regardless of, I guess that's really not applicable. So I'm just going to say, I know in my heart that we're going to accomplish great things, and I just want to thank, I'm very humbled by the nomination, and it's standing on its own by itself. And so I look forward to working with everyone, and I hope that my leadership will rise to the level of Mr. Gilliland, although I am not confident that I could ever replace his shoes as well as the others. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Corkadal. At this time, this is a vote on Mrs. Corkadal's nomination for president. It will be yea and nay vote. Mrs. Howe, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Alvey? Ms. Corkadal?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Very proudly, aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Great. Mrs. Corkadal is now president of the Board of Education. Do nominations for vice president?
Want me to?
Sure.
Okay. Mr. President, for Vice President, I nominate Melissa Ellis.
We have a motion to nominate Mrs. Ellis as Vice President of the Board. Mrs. Schallheim.
Ditto. That's what I was going to say.
And
So were you the second?
Yeah, we don't need a second for a nomination.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Mr. Grannon.
Okay, I guess we don't need a second, but Ms. Corkadal, you stole my thunder. I was planning to nominate Ms. Ellis, so I'm going to nominate her a second time anyway, and just say that I'm pleased to nominate Ms. Ellis for Vice President. I think that it's been apparent to everyone in this room that she's brought her energy, her intellect, and most importantly, her dedication to our students and the community at large to her position as a board member, and more recently as chair of the Budget Committee. And I'm confident that she'll do all that as Vice President as well.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Grannon. Any further nominations for Vice President at this time? Any further nominations for Vice President? Seeing none. Mrs. Ellis.
I am extremely humbled that I've had 3 people speak for me, and I really sincerely appreciate that. it's still surreal to me to be sitting here even a year later. A couple years ago, I had no idea that this was my path. But when the elections were announced, it took me a few weeks to reflect, and then I knew that this is what I had to do, and it's been extremely rewarding to be here, standing up, representing the community, and I'm kind of speechless, but I really, I just really, I've enjoyed working with every board member. I've would really like to say my appreciation to those who are still here that were here before us. Each of you has been a resource for us. To Dr. Arlotto and his staff, I've learned so much from each of you, and I continue to meet with each of the departments, learning the ins and outs of this school system so I can best serve in this seat. So I just want to appreciate everyone's time and resources that they've dedicated, and I will continue to serve as I have, as a very active, passionate, dedicated board member, and I look forward to working with Mrs. Corkadell should I get the should I become vice president. So thank you all.
Thank you, Mrs. Ellis. This is a vote for Melissa Ellis for Vice President of the Board of Education. Mrs. Howe, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Alvey?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Very proud, aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
As is tradition, when we have the elections, we normally break for a couple of minutes to switch seats. Here's the dilemma. We're approaching the lunch hour, and just some quick conversation between the superintendent and Mrs. Corkadell. If it's okay with the board, we were just going to suggest that we do our appeals over a working lunch now. So we'll break for approximately 30 minutes. So at this time, it does me an honor to read this motion. Madam President, I move that the board go into closed session to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice on a legal matter. Second. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We stand in recess.
Call us back to order.
Okay. I'm going to call this convene the meeting, and item 6.02, administrative personnel appointments. This item is an action item. Dr. Olato, your recommendation?
Yes, Madam President. I recommend that the board approve, excuse me, that the personnel listed on the attached sheet be promoted and or appointed.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay. Ms. Howell, if you could call the roll.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland? Aye. Ms. Mr. Live? Sorry. Ms. Hummer? Aye. Ms. Alvey? Aye. Ms. Ellis? Aye. Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
And Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. Item 6.03, personnel. Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, Madam President. I recommend that the board approve the actions as stipulated on the attached sheets.
Discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Howell, would you please call roll?
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland? Aye. Mr. Live? Aye. Ms. Hummer? Aye. Ms. Alvey? Aye. Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
And Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. Item 6.04. This is the third reading for Student Sexual Harassment and Misconduct Code JP. This is on its third reader, and so Dr. Arlotto, would you like to place a recommendation?
Yes, ma'am. I recommend board approval of policy JP, subject to final correction for style and format.
Okay. Ms. Ortiz?
Good afternoon. For the record, Jeanette Ortiz, Legislative and Policy Council. I don't have anything to add at this time.
Okay. Any board discussion, questions, or comments? Mr. Grannon?
Seeing this, and I'm sorry if this is kind of out of the blue, Ms. Ortiz. So at our last board meeting, I think we appropriately and unanimously adopted the position that the remedial class for students, whatever the right word is, charged with a bias-related conduct, that class include a written apology to the victim, and I think that was an appropriate step. Does this sexual harassment policy have, at the end of it, either in the regulations or elsewhere, some type of remedial class that the perpetrators have to take?
So thank you. That's a very good question. So this policy doesn't have its own regulations because we'll follow the regulations for the bias, behavior, and language, and that's the that is the policy and regulation that are impacted by the board's motion. And if you recall, in those regulations, any student that has been determined to have engaged in any bias, behavior, or language have to take our bias motivated behavior program, and it's in that program where the student would have to do the letter of apology pursuant to the board's motion. And so I say all of that because student sexual harassment misconduct could definitely be considered a bias-motivated behavior and language, or biased behavior and language. And so therefore, if it's determined to be as such, then they would go through the same course.
So we're already covered by what we did?
Yes,
okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other board questions? Okay. Public comment? Seeing none, Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland? Aye. Mr. Live? Aye. Ms. Hummer? Aye. Ms. Alvey? Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is policy revision under first reading, item 6.05, Board Attorney, Policy Code BBB. And Dr. Arlotto, okay. We will have, I believe there's a brief presentation. Ms. Ortiz.
Yes, so Board Policy BBB, Board Attorney is before you on first reading. This policy was last amended on August 18th, 2010. The amendments to the policy are essentially cleanup. However, one substantive change is to eliminate the reference to a July annual meeting. And so simply stating annual meeting in the policy will ensure that the policy is always compliant with law and practice. And so that's really the only substantive change. And I'm happy to take any questions. The policy will be posted on our website for a 30-day public comment period.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. Ms. Alvey?
Just a point of clarification for the board and to confirm with Ms. Ortiz, the July meeting change is taking place in all policies that mention July, correct?
Yes, correct. Okay. And so that's because with the new transition to an elected board being in December as opposed to previously in July, the annual meeting would be, we're looking for legislation this upcoming session to have the annual meeting coincide with the new, with board members coming in December. And so therefore, you know, if that's to change in the future and go back to July or another date, we'll never be in conflict. It just says annual meeting.
Mr. Grannon?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know if I follow that. Just as a matter of syntax, does that mean at its annual meeting makes it sound like we only have one meeting?
Yes, and so the annual meeting is like the organizational meeting of the board, and it's referred to the annual meeting in statute, and so that's why it's referred as such.
Oh, and do we want to kind of tie our hands that we have to appoint an attorney at that specific meeting?
So that's how it's in statute. In statute, in the education article, this is all basically taken verbatim from the education article, and so the board is required to appoint the board attorney at that time. As I mentioned, right now it's in July in statute. That was never changed in statute when they did all of the other changes towards an elected school board. So that will be a cleanup bill this upcoming session to align. But either way, if it were to change in the future, then it would just be the annual meeting. But yes, per law, you're required to appoint the board attorney at the annual meeting.
Ms. Ellis?
Thank you. So this discussion brings back to when we were discussing the policy on policy, and I asked about the annual meeting. Just the way that's written there with it's annual meeting. Annual is just an adjective there. It's not. If it was capital A, you know, that would imply that it is a specific meeting. But the fact that it's written that way, I mean, should there be another qualifier to that, annual organizational meeting or something? Because I found that very confusing the way it's written. I know it's kind of internally known that that's what it is, but you know, my first reading of it, I didn't understand how that was written.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, this is taken from the law, and so just given the section in the law, it's clear that we're speaking of the organizational meeting. Of course, the board, if you would like to add language to clarify further what that means, you can.
I would be comfortable with that because I think it helps anyone going forward understand what that.
Ms. Ortiz, would that be would you consider that a technical stylistic edit?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Then you could.
Yeah, so I would love to see that.
Yeah, and I can look back to see just at the statute and then how organizational meeting is also referenced in other parts of the statute just to make sure that it's all consistent and there aren't any conflicts.
It seems like you could just insert the word organizational.
Right.
Yeah, and I think we can do that, and so I would like to, you know, go back and just make sure there's no potential conflict. Off the top of my head, that would seem like a very easy fix, but I'll also go back and just confirm.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're still on the first reader, so I think we're in pretty good shape there.
Yes, we have time.
Okay. Mr. Grannon, did you have a follow-up?
No, sorry.
Okay, no worries. Oh, I did the one to the other. Okay, any other board questions or comments at this time? Okay, this will go for second reader, be before us for second reader I want to say the
January meeting?
The second meeting.
Second meeting in January,
I think
believe.
second meeting
Yes.
in January. Okay. And of course, public comments are encouraged through our website and other means. Okay. Next item is item 6.06, the superintendent's recommendation on redistricting. Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, ma'am. As the team comes forward, we do have, of course, a presentation for the board, but it is my recommendation for the redistricting of the Broadneck feeder system is attached in your documentation, and we'll review those options now.
Okay. Whenever you're ready, sir.
Sure. Good afternoon. For the record, Alex Shacknovich, Chief Operating Officer.
Greg Stewart, Senior Manager Planning.
And we are here to present item 6.06. It's an informational item only, and I'll explain further momentarily regarding the superintendent's recommendation on redistricting. The superintendent annually, in accordance with policy and regulation JAA, is required to submit to the board his recommendation for redistricting in the month of December. The board, pursuant to the applicable policy and reg, then will review the superintendent's recommendation along with any other proposals that the board may generate, and determine in January which option or options they wish to go forward to a public briefing and a public hearing regarding redistricting. The superintendent did form a redistricting committee to advise him on redistricting for the Broadneck area feeder system. The attached exhibit, which Mr. Stewart will go through momentarily, contains the recommendation of the redistricting committee as well as the superintendent's recommendation. I would like to pause briefly before I turn it over to Mr. Stewart, however, to acknowledge the hard work, dedication, and professionalism of the committee. They put a tremendous amount of work, a lot of hours into formulating their recommendations and reviewing all of the policies and the data and options this past fall for many hours on the evenings. So with that, I wish them a hearty thank you. Mr. Stewart.
I too would like to echo that. Thank you for the committee. You'll notice in the back of the packet on page 7 is actually the list of the members of the committee, 14 members, 2 parents or guardians from each of the schools that were affected with the redistricting. The way the document in front of you, the recommendation, the one thing I'd like to point out is the information that's provided, the maps and charts that we used during the presentation with the committee. There were options A, B, A through E. On the committee's final recommendation, they actually renumbered it 1 through 5, just to confuse those of us that look at it. And basically the order, if you look on some of the maps that are available online for folks, option D became option 1 for the committee. Option C was 2. Option E became 3. Option A was 4, and then option B was 5th. The committee, this is a second time we looked at the Broadneck Peninsula back in 2016. A recommendation was made. The board took no action at that time. The only schools that were being looked at were Broadneck and Cape St. Clair. At that time, the board felt it would be better to look at the entire peninsula as a whole. That's exactly what this committee did. They looked at options from anything from do nothing to a total restructuring of the peninsula. And I can tell you that option A was not viewed very favorably by the community as a whole. I would say the majority, being 90+% of the people that protested during the public meetings that we had were against that option A, which was a wholesale move of 500 plus students. And what we basically ascertained from the meeting, both from the committee and from the public, basically they want to impact the least number of students. What was finally voted on was looking at a neighborhood, and again, if we look at the maps and the exhibits, if you look to the center of the map, you'll see an area. These neighborhoods are designed by numbers. Those are designations by the county. They're strictly a GIS numbering system that they use, and those are the guidelines that we use. What was focused on by that committee, it's been known as the Belle Reve Loop, and they looked at taking neighborhoods 600 through 606 and moving them all from Broadneck into Cape St. Clair. The superintendent's recommendation actually is almost that, except we reduced the number of students being moved. The reason for that is it was to keep the schools a little more balanced, and that's an important thing. About 93, 92% versus almost a 98, 88%. So we were trying to kind of equal out those two schools a little bit better. The other thing we have to keep in mind is this pre-K statewide, or that's something we have to leave room for. So we certainly, the superintendent recommends that we basically try to balance that, keep that in the lower percentages, so that allows for programmatic improvements as we move forward in the future. And if you look to the, basically if you look at the second map, you'll actually see the hatched area in the center, and that area is the neighborhoods that would be affected in that move. The plan was it would take effect in a school year 2020 in the fall. Certainly there would be a grandfathering provision for any rising fourth graders with the option of remaining in the current school. If you look on the third sheet in the superintendent's recommendation, you can actually see the breakdown of percentages in the schools, and we're trying to maintain that balance as best as possible. Although we do have some schools in Arnold, we saw a very large increase this year with the new school opening up. We felt it was touching those schools that are Belvedere. We thought it would be best just to, the biggest issue we had was Broadneck Elementary was about 109% versus a lower percentage at Cape St. Clair. So again, it was trying to balance those schools out. And also the division that we did in that neighborhood, it actually, there's a stream valley that runs through there, so it's sort of a natural divide between those neighborhoods that are in that Belle Reve loop. So with that, I'll.
And the last comment is that no middle schoolers or no high school students would be moved from either facility. So the entire redistricting action put forward by the superintendent would simply impact youngsters transitioning from Broadneck Elementary School to Cape St. Clair Elementary School with that grandfathering provision that Mr. Stewart referenced.
Yeah, and there is one other thing that came up with the committee that was raised, child care. That was a concern of many working families. I did meet with Recreation and Parks, Tammy Anderson. She's the chief of the child care services. They identified 7 registered students that would be affected. However, they will reserve spaces for them at the new school. They also have some 5th graders that are graduating, about 15. Plus, Rec and Parks is looking into expanding that child care system over at Cape St. Clair. And again, it was just something that was brought up as a concern for the parents. So we did we looked into that to make sure we could address that item.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Shahan?
Thank you. You answered one of my questions, which was about childcare. That was on my list. I have a question. Hopefully it's a quick one to clarify the grandfathering. Rising 4th grader. So 4th grader person entering the 4th grade in 2020, 2021?
No, basically a rising 4th grader becoming a 5th grader would be given the option to stay at
Okay.
Not a.
It's often confused. It's a state-of-the-art word, but
right.
if you will be a 5th grader next year, you can either elect to remain at Broadneck as a 5th grader and finish out your academic career there, or you can transition over to Cape St. Clair and finish out your 5th grade year.
Perfect. I was confused over the word rising. To me, a rising 4th grader in 2020 is entering the 4th grade in 2020.
I appreciate you asking that. We go through that each and every year. It's a term of the art.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I wish it wasn't confusing, but it is. So thank you for asking that so we can clarify that for everybody.
That made my life a whole lot easier, so thank you for that. I just have, I think, maybe 1, maybe 2 more questions. In going through this and then listening to the community, there was some talk or confusion about Arnold Elementary and the reasoning for their enrollment increasing. So can you just state for the public what the jump was this year and what future jumps are
It was 108 increase from the prior year.
Okay.
That was dramatic. It's
Right.
probably one of our largest increases of any of our schools.
Yeah.
On elementary school. Again, Arnold was a brand new school, a combination of people either returning, keep in mind for 2 years they were housed at a middle school.
Sure.
And some parents chose not to attend. Those students were coming back. In addition to that, we looked into it. We've had everything from some development impacts. As you know, there's been a lot of development in there. Not a significant number necessarily from the development, but we saw students coming from either other counties, other states, for other countries coming in. So it was a mixture, but again, a majority of them were basically just people coming back because, in a sense, it's a new school, and it has that, we call it a new school syndrome in a sense that it brings people back in sometimes.
The new school effect historically here within Anne Arundel County, it's not atypical for us to experience a 50 to 75 student bump simply through this new school effect. So, as Mr. Stewart said, we're north of the traditional 50 to 75 that we're accustomed to seeing anytime we open a brand new school.
It's a glorious building. I totally understand. And so we're not voting on what to bring to public comment.
Not yet.
There's no action expected of the board
Great.
today.
So this is all just a listening session, and
This will be
obviously
the
for
next
community.
meeting that brings it up. That will be the actual action meeting to decide which you want to bring forward.
The
for
night
public.
meeting in December
No,
or
no,
the first
January.
January. Okay, good. All right, cool. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Okay. But did you withdraw? Okay. Okay. Any other comments concerning the redistricting proposal? Okay, we have some public comments. So we can do several here. Thank you guys so very much for everything. Greatly appreciated. Okay. First up, we have Julie Locasico. My apologies. Locasia. Yes. Is it? There we go. Megan Davis. Monica Refus. Jennifer Denny. 3. Yeah, one of them didn't show up. And then, okay, we can put on the other side. Yeah, okay, and then we have the family of, we have Miss Eleanor Olashevsk. Almost got it. And their mother, Oksana. And I think that's it, right? You guys sit, you could sit over there too, as there's other seats as well.
I think there's a few more folks that signed up.
Yeah, we're just kind of out of the chairs. We're going to go. There's 3 more people I have here. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Julia Locasio, and I'm a parent at Broadneck Elementary. I think we can all agree that providing the best education for our children is about more than capacity utilization. Unfortunately, that seems to be the focal point of this redistricting exercise. Simply looking at SRC numbers is actually quite misleading. Based on feedback during the committee meetings, we learned that SRCs have not been reevaluated in quite some time, perhaps as long as 10 years, and I presume don't accurately take into account the way schools, specifically Broadneck, are currently utilizing their space. Yet that number has been the main driver of this entire exercise. So let's pull back for a moment and take a look at what truly should be the factors in a process like this: educational opportunities, academic access, and overall well-being and achievement of our students. Broadneck students are performing at a level equal to or higher than other schools throughout the county. Our kids are thriving and are happy, and as parents, we see this every day. Current teachers have not complained about class sizes or their ability to educate. The only concerns that were mentioned by members of the administration relate to parking, time to sign in visitors, and lack of seating for school events. It's important to note the parking available at Cape is even more limited than at Broadneck. Moreover, Broadneck has worked out logistics related to lunchtime and recess and runs quite proficiently. Suffice it to say, there's little to point to justify this redistricting other than an outdated, likely inaccurate SRC number. I would like to share some numbers and data that do make sense in a decision like this. Enrollments for Broadneck have been trending downward, a fact that was brought up and acknowledged during the last redistricting exercise 3 years ago. In fact, this number is decreasing even faster than it was projected then, while Cape enrollment has been increasing increasing faster than projected. Clearly, the decision by the board to not move any children is working, so why are we revisiting it now despite no complaints from stakeholders? Compounding the issue, under the proposed plan, Broadneck would be put at 93% capacity, therefore opening the doors for more development, which I think we can all agree, displacing current students in favor of making room for future students is counterintuitive. Furthermore, under the proposed plan, 108 students would be moved from Broadneck to the Cape, averaging about 18 students across each grade. For Cape, this would require one additional teacher per grade to meet the state required class sizes. For Broadneck, without these 108 students, it means one less teacher per grade, which would actually lead to slightly larger class sizes on average, therefore overburdening current Broadneck teachers. Another statistic that is important to address is that under this proposed plan, 45% of Broadneck's African American population will be transferred to Cape. That's a huge number. Citing your strategic plan, and I'm paraphrasing a bit, we have a responsibility to respect and honor diversity and work purposefully to make all feel they are celebrated and rewarded. I feel that moving such a large number of any population does little to support this tenet. In closing, I implore you not to be short-sighted and urge you to revisit your logic from 3 years ago and don't nickel and dime the public, especially when the community isn't voicing a concern, the SRC data is unreliable, and most importantly, children at both schools are thriving. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, I believe we have a board question or two before we move to our next person. Ms. Shulhan.
Thank you. I would like to request of the staff not to be read out right now because I don't think you have it at your fingertips, but I would certainly love the information. The current class sizes by grade for both Broadneck and Cape St. Clair, and a reminder of the enrollment trends for both schools, and diversity data if we have it by locale. I'd love all that information. Thank you in advance for that.
Thank you, Ms. Schulheim. Mr. Granite?
Yeah, just a quick question. Thank you for taking the time to come here today. So were you basically advocating that nothing needs to be done?
Correct.
Was that openly discussed and vetted in the committee?
Indeed it was. It was one of the 5 options on the table. There is a breakdown of how the committee members voted. I believe that was in 3rd place, for lack of a better term. But the way that they did the ranking, I think, also should weigh into how you guys are looking at it. The first option, or that is what is being called the first option, received 4 votes out of the 13, and that was the majority. And then they removed that option from the consideration set and moved to, okay, with that one being aside, what's the next top vote? And then they removed that one. So the ranking system was a bit odd, but that's how their voting process ended up going. So there was no one clear unanimous decision. They presented all 5, as all 5 were viable options, had their pros and cons, and that's where sort of the committee netted out.
Okay, so just as a follow-up, and I'm not going to get into any of the politics of this, but I mean 4 out of 13 is clearly only a plurality. It's not a majority of anything.
Correct.
Can you just give me your view as to why doing nothing was not kind of more embraced?
Yeah, sure. There were multiple references made that they were instructed that do nothing was not a viable option. I don't know whether that was the county or just hearsay, what they thought the board wanted, what they thought the superintendent wanted. I don't know, but that comment was brought up numerous times by the chairman himself, saying it's not a viable option at this time. So sort of forcing the committee to, again, not withhold their opinion, because some people did put option do nothing as their #1 choice, but certainly discouraged it, in my opinion.
Thank you. Ms. Schulheim, you had a follow-up?
Thank you again for your testimony. Can we confirm by staff what was directed of the committee and whether or not, because I'll admit I didn't go to any of them because I wanted to be respectful and not insert myself in the various meetings. I wanted to see what came out of it organically without my presence either speaking or not, and so I didn't attend the meetings, but I'd love to know if that was a direction by staff that do nothing was a, you're saying no? That was never directed, that was not a viable option? Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no more questions, ma'am, you're next.
Dr. Alado, President Corkadell, members of the board, my name is Megan Davis and I'm here representing Broadneck Elementary School. I will try not to get emotional, but we all know 3 years ago that did not go well when I spoke about redistricting. I could stand here and talk numbers and how if development on the peninsula continues, the board will be right back here trying to redistrict in 2 to 3 years, but you already know that. This is the Band-Aid fix for a peninsula that is quickly running out of space in its school. My son is not a number to fill space. My son's name is Walker and he's a very happy second grader at Broadneck Elementary. I know Cape St. Clair is a great school, but it's not the school that my kids have attended for the past 9 years. My 6th grader Darcy and my 8th grader Kyla went to Broadneck kindergarten through 5th grade. Walker had Darcy's 1st grade teacher last year and he has Kyla's 4th grade teacher this year. He loves having his sister's teachers. It's so reassuring to walk into a school and see so many familiar faces and know the teachers. We built our forever home 6 years in a neighborhood to intentionally stay at Broadneck Elementary, and we actually sold our home to a teacher there. Our house will not move. Our family will still be at the Bay Hills pool. We'll still be riding our bikes through Bay Hills and with all of our Broadneck friends. Walker will not get to go to the sock hop, space camp, or the 5th grade party at the pool with his friends. We want these memories for our son at Broadneck Elementary. We didn't do anything to cause our neighborhood to be uprooted out of our community. For Walker and for those affected students, please don't redistrict us away from Broadneck Elementary. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Jen Denny, and I have 2 sons at Broadneck Elementary right now, and my older son is at Magathie River Middle and went to Broadneck Elementary as well. And I want to thank everyone for being here today. I know that in the midst of everything that's going on in this world, this room is full of people that care about the education of our children. I want to acknowledge the hard work of the redistricting committee, the recommendation of the superintendent, and the fact that it is your job as the Board of Education to best utilize our county's resources to provide the quality and equitable schooling for our children. In looking at the Broadneck Peninsula Elementary School enrollment numbers, it is clear that our area is an increasingly desirable place to live, therefore putting more and more pressure on the county's resources and schools. According to the AACPS strategic plan, progress can be made and goals can be met or surpassed with greater ease when all stakeholders feel a sense of belonging to our schools. Stakeholders made thoughtful, diligent, calculated decisions and continue to work daily to ensure that their children can be part of their community. In some cases, these stakeholders attended the same schools that they have chosen for their children. They believe that redistricting would disrupt and strongly rooted communities and redistrict progress those of students who are and will change the progress of students that are redistricted. In talking about the Belle Rive Loop, and I know that that's become kind of a colloquial term through this process, it is a road that is off of College Parkway for those that aren't familiar. It is part of the Bay Hills community. There's a sign as you drive in that says Bay Hills. You do not have to go on College Parkway to get to Broadneck Elementary. There are several communities along that route that pay their homeowners fees to Bay Hills, and so the neighborhoods that are being sectioned off to leave the community of Bay Hills and Broadneck Elementary to go to Cape St. Clair are now being segregated away from what they consider to be their communities. This is not part of the AACPS strategic plan. So as we try to separate and to try to equalize numbers, we are frustrated through this entire process that numbers that we were given were then redacted and told that we were not to pay attention to them. So at this point, we kind of raise our hands. We were told not to look at the future numbers because as we got the numbers after September, the true enrollment for this year, they changed. And I understand that they do change because we don't know enrollment until we have the students in their seats. But then because of those changes, we were not able to look at what the future projections were as the committee went through their process. And that's something that's really difficult as we look at Broadneck trending downward and Cape St. Clair trending upward. So as we sit here and we look at redistricting to have a change in all of our students, how can we really know that this isn't going to happen again in just a few years? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I believe we have, there we go.
to share my feelings about leaving my school. I have been getting letters from school about changes that may be affected. I understood I may be asked to leave my school, but I did not understand why I may have to do that. I have been here from start from kindergarten all the time for 4 years soon. I have working very hard and all have been very proud of me. I have so many friends and love my teachers. I'm in all my favorite school activities and programs. I'm on the dance team, jump rope team, chorus, reading club, and other activities that I wanted to participate next year, like band and 5th grade play. My family is very small and I feel my school is my second family. I really want to stay together with my families and leave only when we're old enough. Today, I would like to ask to please help me and my families to be with each other and not separate us. Thank you very much for listening to me today and for all the hard work you do for our school.
Miss Eleanor, thank you so much. I want to thank you so much for sharing that. I know that that takes a lot of courage, and you did an outstanding job. Mom and Dad, I'm sure, are very proud of you for being willing to advocate for what you believe in and being willing to share that in public. Thank you so very much. Mom, did you have anything you wanted to add in your testimony?
No, I will be really short. I want to thank you for opportunity to my child to voice her opinion, and I really support her. And I want to continue to see my child happy and thriving in her school. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Ms. Shohan?
I just wanted to say thank you for coming and advocating for yourself, and never stop advocating for yourself. You should be very proud of what you've done today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next we have Michelle Boone, James Burton, Alice Frazier.
Good morning, Board President, Dr. Arlotto, and members of the board. Thank you for allowing me to address you. My name is Michelle Boone. I'm the School Liaison Officer for the Naval Support Academy, Annapolis, NSAA. I'm going to share with you a letter that was previously addressed to Dr. Arlotto, but I feel that it addresses the concerns of military parents in respect to the effects of redistricting on military-connected children. I am the School Liaison Officer for the Naval Support Academy activity Annapolis. We are aware of the board's redistricting responsibility to realign overcrowded schools. After reviewing options A through E presented by the board, we have our concerns with option A, which realigns military children from Arnold to another elementary or middle school in the Broadneck cluster. The nearly 20,000 military-connected students in Maryland attend public schools. Many have already moved numerous times and said goodbye to many acquaintances than a normal homestead child. Reapplying for new friendship is hard and creates anxiety, fear, and withdrawal, and could adversely affect participation, achievement, and school grades. In addition to moves already made by children of military parents, many military children in the Broadneck School District have already experienced several relocations in the past year. I'd like to highlight those children in particular, because many military children will likely even face an additional military move at the end of this school year due to military rotation. These children often have to face a military rotation at the end of this school year in particular due to military moves. These children may have faced the disruption of a move up to at least 3 times in 1 year, these particular children, and this will create a particular hardship for these children. While redistricting is necessary to correct imbalance in our schools, the board should take into consideration the impact of realignment to avoid profound unsettling of military children. Though military children are adaptable and very brave warriors, it is incumbent upon us as parents and educators to not disrupt their lives any more than necessary. We're asking you to keep in mind the unique situation of military children and the impact the options will have on them. Please choose an option that will provide the least disruptive path into a good education. Thank you so very much for your consideration, understanding, and support for all the children in the Broadneck cluster, including those who are military. We are confident that through your leadership and many years of experience, the committee and the board will make the right choice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi. Thank you. My name is Alice Frazier. I'm a parent at Broadneck Elementary School. I'm the PTO vice president along with on a handful of other committees at the school. Kind of just like to summarize what my neighbors and what she just said. We also have military families at Broadneck Elementary School that move constantly. As mentioned earlier by my neighbors, I would like to emphasize the proposed redistricting will divide the Bellerive community and separate it from Bay Hills. The Bellerive Loop has always been part of Bay Hills. The Bellerive residents use the connecting back roads to get to the shopping center, to the school, to the playgrounds, to the pool. Breaking up the Bellerive Loop is, you'd be breaking up an established community and making imaginary lines down the middle of a road. There are no geographic connection between Bellerive and Cape St. Clair. Looking at the boundary maps, it may appear that the neighborhoods of Bellerive are adjacent to Cape St. Clair community. However, there are businesses and natural barriers that separate the two communities. Part of the AACPS strategic plan is to elevate all students and eliminate all gaps. To me, the proposed redistricting is creating a very large gap and dividing an already existing community. Moving the students on Bellerive Loop will take them away from the Bay Hills community that they have been growing up with. The strategic plan also states that each and every individual is capable of learning more and contributing more when they feel they are an appreciated, connected, contributing member of the AACPS family. This redistricting will separate a connected community just to make the numbers on the spreadsheet look better. These are not just numbers, they are kids. And please don't take them away from an environment that they feel safe, comfortable, and connected to. As mentioned before, Broadneck has been declining in their enrollment. In 2016, there was 827 students. The projection for 2019 was 805. It's actually 778. Whereas Cape enrollment has increased each year since 2016, going against the projections that were given to us 3 years ago. Moving kids and dividing a community is not the way to go about this. Please consider looking at each individual school and seeing what you can do to help accommodate the existing students and not divide a community. Mr. Gillian, you said this in 2017, and I believe it still stands. The juice isn't worth the squeeze. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Ms. Schallheim?
Thank you both for your testimony. I have one more question for staff to get back to me along with the other requests, please. Would this redistricting create a situation where Broadneck Elementary is then an open school with regards to development? So that's if you can lump that in with the other requests, I would greatly appreciate it, and thank you in advance.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Ellis. Thank you guys very much.
Yes, first I would like to thank everyone who came to testify here. It is very important. Redistricting is very difficult. It really is a numbers game, but we are talking about people here, and it's very important that we understand the human aspect of redistricting. That being said, this is a quick discussion for my fellow board members. Last year, we went through a redistricting for the Crofton and part of the Arundel cluster. And when that happened, we ended up with a situation where there's 2 new growing communities that were moved to one elementary school in the Arundel cluster. Ms. Howell, do you have the spreadsheet? So I just want to take a look at the numbers. I asked for some updated numbers to take a look. So to refresh everyone's memory, we're talking about a redistricting that was done last year but takes effect next school year. And so if you look at, I'm going to try and, so I don't turn around and look behind me, I will refer to my own notes here. Okay. I'm quite blind. Okay. So actually, before we look, now we'll go ahead and look at these numbers first. So the top table is the current plan, and the numbers here are projected for what the enrollment will be over the next several years. I went out, we actually received projections beyond 2025, but I stopped at 2025 being very hopeful that by the following year we would certainly have opened the new elementary school in this part of the county. So if you look at the current plan, in 2020, Piney Orchard is going to be at 101%, Four Seasons at 94% enrollment. 2021, we're looking at 106%, Four Seasons at 95%. We go out to 2022, 114% at Piney Orchard, 96% at Four Seasons, and the numbers the discrepancy gets greater as the years go out. My understanding is the very most optimistic, if everything goes perfectly, that we could be for the opening of the West County Elementary School would be probably 2024. Maybe miraculously 2023. But so when we're talking about several years of an elementary school student's education, where they're going to be in this very, very crowded elementary school. So keeping these numbers in mind, I want to go back to the numbers that were given to the Crofton Redistricting Committee last year. They were given projections like this, and it's based on the facilities, the Educational Facilities Master Plan. And when they were given those numbers, Four Seasons Elementary School was not at the table. They were not part of the redistricting discussion because it was claimed that the school was at capacity and could not accommodate anymore. And then the projections in that master plan indicated that the school would have 689 students in 2019, and now we're looking at when those numbers were updated for the 2018 master plan, it went down to 640. But that is a decrease of 49 students in Four Seasons Elementary School. And so suddenly it appears we have more capacity now, or availability in Four Seasons Elementary School. So I had asked for numbers. What if we took the community that had been designated as 1038C? That's the community that is in the village of Waldchapel, and we move them to Four Seasons Elementary School. What would that look like? And if you look at the projections, it really balances out the two schools a lot more. And so as a, so I referred back to our policy for redistricting. And the, Section C of the policy, the board's position. A fundamental goal of the board is to balance the utilization of facilities and provide capacity for programs and services as they develop. And then I looked at, when I was reviewing the recommendation from our superintendent for the Broadneck area, he had, Dr. Arlotto, had made adjustments and said this will provide a better balance between the two elementary schools relative to occupancy. So that's what I'm suggesting we need to take a look at for the Arundel cluster before these students are moved. And so these students are, no matter what, are going to attend a new elementary school next year. Now, some other considerations. The village, the families at the village of Wallchapel, they provided testimony, and well, they provided some testimony. A lot of them were not able to attend board meetings. They're working families, but we received tons of correspondence from families who were very concerned about this move. What we ended up doing in last year's redistricting was moving these students from a school that was close to them into a new cluster, but instead of moving this community to the elementary school that's closest to them, we moved them to the elementary school that's farthest from them in the cluster. Piney Orchard Elementary School is 4 miles from the village of Wallchapel. Four Seasons Elementary School is 1.6 miles. Now, another thing to consider is it was suggested when I was speaking to AACPS staff that one thing we as board members might want to consider is, okay, we move these kids to Four Seasons, and then when the new elementary school opens, they're going to have to move again, and not move with the students that they're going to school with. In other words, if they go to Piney Orchard, some of the students at Piney Orchard will be moving with them to the new elementary school. Well, I fail to see how it's a foregone conclusion that the community at the village of Wallchapel is going to be going to the new elementary school when it does open. We will then have to do a full comprehensive redistricting in that cluster. And the new elementary school, while it is not completely set in stone, appears will probably be located in somewhere around the community of Two Rivers. The community of Two Rivers is 4.4 miles from the village of Wallchapel, while Four Seasons Elementary School will still be only 1.6 miles away. So if we were to move this community to Four Seasons Elementary School, there's a very good chance that going forward, that's where they're going to be going anyway. So for all these reasons, when the board does decide what to put forward to the public for a public hearing for redistricting, I would like the board to consider moving the community of 1038C, the village of Wallchapel, to Four Seasons Elementary School, and therefore we can receive public input, hear that human side of it, that, as I said, is very, very important, and then we'll make the best decision for our students. So I would appreciate the consideration of my fellow board members as we, I'm not sure it's necessary to move anything right now because we're not voting on anything. Right now we are considering what we are going to move forward. So, I mean, I'm certainly prepared to move right now, but yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Ms. Alvey?
So I really appreciate all the work and effort that Ms. Ellis put into doing this research. The only thing I would ask that my fellow board members just consider is we are looking to get funding for this new elementary school that's being that's in the works or starting to be in the works for that part of the county and that cluster. So my only concern would be if moving these kids around might impact the ability for us to receive adequate state funding for that new elementary school. But again, as I've understood that this is something that the board is looking to further discuss, so just something to keep in mind when that discussion does occur.
Yeah, go ahead.
And that is very thoughtful consideration. It is very important to consider. I would just say that for these working families, we're talking about some of the lower price homes in the area. So, you know, these are hardworking families. And a lot of the testimony we did receive from them was, we need to stay close to home because we need to access the child care in the area for our kids. So is it proper for the school system to put that burden upon the shoulders of these families to be sent to a school that's across the district for them, the cluster for them, so that the school system can receive the funding necessary to open a school that they very well may not attend? And so I share your concern, but I think it's the burden is on this school system to get the funding and advocate for the funding that we need. And the fact is, it doesn't change the number of seats that are open in the cluster. We have the number of seats we have in the cluster. So I would not want to put that burden on these families, but I appreciate, you know, the concern, and we do need to get the funding we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis and Ms. Alvey. Mr. Grannon?
Okay, I guess I've got a question, not just for Ms. Ellis, because I want to make sure that I'm informed by maybe Mr. Shaknovich or maybe Mr. Burns here. I found what you said to be quite persuasive, and by the way, I applaud your diligence and your kind of attention to detail in your analysis of this, and I think this is exactly the kind of muscular direction that the board is moving and is going to continue moving. This is exactly what we should be doing. What I want to know is what is going to be the mechanism that we could actually do this, and so that these families are not in limbo and can know what school their kids are going to be going to and learn that as soon as possible. So I guess whoever is the most appropriate technical person to address that, when could we actually act on this? How soon could it happen? When does the notice have to take place? All that kind of stuff. And I guess it built into my question is, you know, when is the deadline by which we need to do it? And obviously, I hope nothing would prevent us from doing it sooner so we could give some certainty to these families.
Sure. Again, for the record, Alex Shaknovich, Chief Operating Officer. So let me take the first stab at your question. I'm sure Mr. Burns will come and rescue me if I say something wrong or need more help. So the policy and reg, basically, as I indicated in my opening remarks, today the board is receiving the superintendent's recommendation regarding redistricting on a going forward basis. There's nothing to preclude the board to discuss, as Ms. Ellis has just done, maybe some other intentions, et cetera. The timeline that's prescribed in the reg says that in January, the board will take action to move forward to a public briefing and public hearing series. The superintendent's recommendation, some alteration to the superintendent's recommendation, or any other redistricting scenario that you and your fellow colleagues wish. So that's that's January. State law requires that if for redistricting to take effect the following academic year, a board has to take action no later than April 30th of the year before. So the timeline then essentially is, at your pace, January is when you notify the world, the public, that it's your intention to take something forward to public briefing and public hearing. Once that briefing and hearing scenario is concluded, it's the scheduling prerogative of the board. You can schedule it for a vote anytime after that, but the state will say for it to become effective the following academic year, it has to be no later than April 30th.
And that's helpful, but I mean, this upcoming one, at least, you know, that's attendant to this recommendation, as I understand it, concerns Broadneck and Cape St. Clair. We're going to piggyback on that, a revisitation of 1038C. Yes.
If 5 or more of your fellow colleagues wish that to be, because again, the superintendent's bringing forward his recommendation regarding Broadneck. You can either accept his recommendation, alter his recommendation, or reject his recommendation, or come up with your own recommendation with respect to Broadneck. In addition to that, there's nothing to preclude you from coming up with yet another redistricting scenario. Could be Four Seasons, it could be South County, it could be Brooklyn Park, it could be whatever you wish.
Maybe I'm missing something. I don't think I'm that ignorant about you. Those schools have nothing to do with each other. Your 1038C issue has nothing to do with Broadneck and Cape St. Clair, correct?
Mr. Burns, did you want to come up on clarification, maybe a little further?
Because I'm persuaded by what you were saying. But is that the best way for the public? Like that's going to have two totally different.
Sounds like we still need a little more clarification on that.
It doesn't have to be the way.
Mr. Grant, I think actually, I think it just might be a matter of familiarity with whether or not this has happened recently. Mr. Zaknovich is absolutely correct. Your regulation, which follows your policy and the law he cited, actually says, this is in JAA-RA, at one point, the board shall review, that's where you are right now, the superintendent's recommendation and any board member's proposals. So you are right at that phase. The only distinction is that Ms. Ellis is introducing this possibility of being one of the things, or the only thing, if anything, that you present and move forward with your January decision. It's not something that went through the superintendent's process, but by your own rules, you're allowed to introduce your own proposals. It doesn't have to be tied to the superintendent's proposal.
Could we hold separate hearings on them? Because I don't see these as connected at all. I don't want the public to be, confused by this, or somehow for it to be politicized, or neighborhoods to be against each other or anything like that unnecessarily. I see these as completely independent issues. My views are forming on these completely independently.
You can hold the hearings. Again, the timeline's the key here. I think this happened last year. I think there was a need to go back to the well. I think there was a need to go back and have an additional hearing last year, as I recall, and that was you setting it and you scheduled it. There was an additional hearing last year that wasn't originally scheduled. That's not an unusual process. As long as you sort of have your back-end timeline in mind and the beginning of the process, which is where you are now, in between, per your rules, you can certainly have multiple hearings. Just keep in mind, you have your other things you're juggling during that time period. I don't think there's anything in the rules other than your confusion point you mentioned. There's nothing in your rules or policy, or certainly the law, that would say on the same evening you're having a hearing on the superintendent's Broadneck redistricting proposal, you couldn't also entertain testimony on other proposals.
Okay. My last word on this, and I'll just say this for the board to consider as we consider scheduling and all kinds of other things, is however we all vote, and I suppose we're not supposed to say that now in advance of hearing the public's final word on this. I heard a lot of persuasive things today, both from Ms. Ellis and from the people who testified. At least to me, they were persuasive about the Broadneck and Cape St. Clair issue. I think we would be doing the public a great service if we would hold these not only in separate times, but in separate places. And just keep these issues, even though they're maybe being done procedurally together, there's no relation to them at all. And I don't think we want to inject any relation to them, or have people consider them as a package or anything like that. That's just my view.
And Mr. Grant, I just simply add the subsection C of the same thing I read to you addresses your point. It simply says, so you have the range to work in here, the board shall publicly announce its intention to consider redistricting and shall conduct a public hearing, parentheses, S, close parentheses.
Thank you.
Ms. Hummer?
I just want, for the public's knowledge, within the past 4 or 5 years, we did have a year where we were redistricting 2 separate areas the same year, and we did hold separate hearings for those districts. We held the hearings within the schools that were being affected, and so this has already taken place. We already have precedent for doing this on 2 different scenarios and holding multiple hearings for those communities.
Thank you. Mr. Gilliland, you're good?
I was going to say exactly what she said, so there is precedent.
There we go. So I'm going to suggest that it does require some staff coordination. Why don't we take if everybody's comfortable, we'll take a look at the calendar and then and figure out any logistics.
You'll vote in January, which you're going to move forward.
Correct, but yeah, that's what I mean, but just in general on that request, we would want to double check with that. Okay, so there's no action right now. Do
Sorry,
we have any?
Madam President.
Yes.
So after the board takes its action in January, it is customary that your office, your assistant, takes the lead in scheduling that. Clearly, they work with superintendent and staff. We check the availability of schools, make sure that Rec and Parks isn't impacted in any way. So as Ms. Hummer said, Mr. Gilliland mentioned as well, once that direction, that action and direction is taken at the January meeting, we know where to move out from there, and we'll work very clearly with Ms. Howell.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the clarification. I was a little confused on that. Okay, Mr. Lott.
Thank you. I understand Ms. Ellis's information. My concern is I want to be sure that if we take the action to look at this and move it to public hearing in January, that prior to taking that decision, that we have in front of us, current information and current input from the citizens of the schools that we're about to impact. I would not want to make a decision in January based on just board members, us perusing older information or sections of information that aren't complete. As in the case of Broadneck that got our citizens involved, that was, citizens from our schools together looking and seeing how this affects them. We don't have that with the Four Seasons community at all. As Ms. Ellis pointed out, Four Seasons community was not included in our redistricting efforts for Crofton High School. So I believe it's important to ensure that we get that process in place to ensure what information we are considering in January to make such a decision, that's before us, so we make a fully informed decision. Thank you.
So noted, Mr. Leib. And other comments relevant to Ms. Ellis's information? Okay, seeing none. Next is item 6.07, new course approvals. Dr. Alato.
Yes, ma'am. As the team comes forward, I'm recommending board approval of these courses beginning in the 2020-2021 school year.
Don't believe we have a staff presentation, but Ms. Shulhan, I want to wait till they get there and see if we have any. Is there an introduction? You got it. Okay. Did they have something they wanted to?
Just going to do a brief introduction.
Okay.
Madam President, hi. For the record, my name is Skip Lee. I'm the Director of Curriculum, and I have with me Valerie Wessner, the Coordinator of Science, Eleni Dykstra, the Coordinator of Visual Arts, and Allison Delaney, the Coordinator of Secondary Reading. You have before you 6 new course proposals, and we're here to answer any questions you might have about them.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Shulhan.
Hi. Thank you for being here, and I enjoyed reading all of these. This is going to sound like a silly question, but are all these courses for high school? Yes. Okay. It wasn't explicitly mentioned.
Digital Palette 3. Digital Palette 3 is for middle school.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I read through them, but somehow that specificity was lost on me. I do have a couple questions, though, just to clarify. The Unified Visual Arts and Leadership course, this sounds amazing, by the way, and I just have a couple questions about it. Is the class only for students with disabilities, or is it open to all students?
It's a course designed for all students with and without disabilities.
That's lovely. And if it is, since it is for all students, what steps will be put in place to ensure that peer leaders are both students with and without disabilities, including students with disabilities mentoring students without disabilities?
We'll be working with the school counselors as well as the existing visual arts teachers and working together to recruit students that we feel would work very well in this setting.
Perfect. I think Let me just page through there here just one more time, make sure it was. Yes, that was it from me. Thank you so much. Again, and thank you for all of your hard work. I enjoyed reading about these, and I think they'll be fabulous in our schools.
Michelle, for the record, I'll go ahead and make sure I make that distinction about the grade band where they appear in the future documents. We have some more coming forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've made a note.
I'm learning, I'm growing. I just have a third grader, so, you know, it wasn't readily obvious to me if it was middle, high school,
Sure.
both, so thank
you. For
you.
that.
Thank you, Michelle. Ms. Ellis?
I forgot that I had a question. So the last two courses listed, growing organically, cleaner energy through plants, these are very interesting to me, and I think it's very cool offerings to have. But how do you determine the need for this? Is there an expression from students that they're looking to? Do you know do you anticipate what kind of enrollment you're going to have in these courses?
This is a replacement or an update of a botany course that we used to have, and it was a very popular course. So when I pulled it because of the need to update it, I received lots of feedback that they would like the course revamped and put back in place.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Ms. Hummer?
There are so many things here that I'm excited about. I love the unified art. I'm so excited that we are expanding that out from our PE and dance classes, and looking forward to that. And I love the continued expansion to have quarter-long classes to pique some of our children's interest and get them to explore different things, and helping some of our less motivated students, perhaps, that a 9-week class could serve as the starting point. So thank you for continuing to add that kind of variety to the course curriculum. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Hummer. Ms. Alvey?
So I am a big proponent for environmental education. I took AP Environmental Science and IB Environmental Science, which I enjoyed a lot. So I was wondering if the classes that you're offering in that realm can be used as preparatory classes for those AP classes that focus on a wider lens of environmental education.
You're referring to the growing organically, and those two courses?
Yes.
I don't know that I would say they were specifically prep courses for the AP and IB, but they certainly would be complementary.
Okay. That was my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board? Seeing no other board questions, we have an action item I didn't hear. I haven't heard one yet. Second. We have a motion on the table. Any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland? Aye. Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer? Aye. Ms. Alvey? Aye. Ms. Ellis? Aye. Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next, item 6.08, the 2020 legislative program. Dr. Arlotto?
Yes, ma'am. I recommend the board approval of the 2020 legislative program.
Thank you. Ms. Ortiz?
Yes, and I have just a few comments for the record. Again, Jeanette Ortiz, Legislative and Policy Counsel. Before you for consideration is the proposed 2020 legislative program. Proposed revisions to the program are formatted similar to policy revisions. New language is in red font and deleted language has red strikeouts. Some revisions are substantive. For example, I've added updated information on the Kerwin Commission, and other revisions are grammatical or stylistic. The legislative program provides a comprehensive overview of the board's positions on various education-related issues that impact Maryland public education and AACPS in particular. The program serves many purposes throughout the year and during the legislative session. It is used by AACPS staff throughout the year to represent the board's positions on various issues that may arise or are presented by stakeholders. The program is also helpful to our delegation and decision makers in Annapolis. As such, it is sent to our elected officials, partners, and stakeholders to provide them with information about AACPS as well as the board's legislative positions and priorities. This information will hopefully help guide our elected officials when considering legislative and budgetary issues that come before them. The 2020 legislative session is right around the corner. The Maryland General Assembly will convene on Wednesday, January 8th, and the General Assembly convenes every year for 90 days from January to April to act on nearly 3,000 pieces of legislation, as well as the state's annual capital and operating budgets. Our legislative program is particularly helpful when legislators are drafting, amending, and voting on bills or making budget decisions. During the legislative session, I use the legislative program to draft testimony and advocate on your behalf when education-related or public agency legislation and budgetary matters are introduced and heard before the General Assembly. The program allows AACPS to respond quickly and provide effective advocacy during the hectic pace of the session. I am happy to answer any questions you have related to the proposed 2020 program. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. Ms. Scholheim?
I just want to thank you for putting this together. It's so comprehensive, and I don't think there's anything that it ever misses, and I'm really grateful for your work. Obviously, you'll update it to reflect today's
yes,
elections.
I was just about to notate, yes, it will be updated to reflect the new board officers.
Yes,
absolutely.
and I just wanted to express my gratitude to
Thank you.
work. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Scholheim. Mr. Leib?
Just one question, Ms. Ortiz. I looked back on our public school construction, page 18 and 19.
Yes.
I just noticed on page 19 and reading it that we added, you're adding maintaining local control over the prioritization and scope of school construction projects. I was just curious, what prompted that ad? Do you? Well,
and I think Mr.
Have there been indications that the IAC or someone above the IAC is going to start stepping on us? That was my question.
Sure, and Mr. Sheknovich can provide more detail, but certainly there have been legislative proposals in the last session in particular that kind of seek to strip away some of those local controls. And
yeah, again, for the record, Alex Sheknovich, Chief Operating Officer. So I've been monitoring this, and as you know, I was actually a member of the NOT Commission originally for 2.5 years. So the results of the commission actually created 2 additional work groups. One was a work group on educational specifications. That has concluded, and embedded within there are very strong references to while the state can put forward guidelines, recommended guidelines, the theme of local control, the recognition that localities need the flexibility to adapt their spaces to meet their local programmatic requirements. That's fairly embedded throughout that element. There is, however, another work group on funding that deals with funding. That group's recommendations does not have embedded within it as strong a theme of local control. Additionally, the state is issuing an RFP right now that would have the state go ahead and do essentially an MGT-like study of all 1,400 schools within the state of Maryland and rank order them. And the commission, the work group on funding, then says the results of that study should be visited and possibly used as a basis, if not in whole, at least in part, as informative for the IAC to make recommendations. So to the extent that they utilize the information that comes out of a statewide MGT study, that in fact could supplant a local jurisdiction's control in terms of its CIP in 2 fashions. Example A, and these are just hypotheticals, Mr. Live, just hypotheticals. Say a local board rank order schools project A through E, But as a result of the statewide study that uses a different basis than what we use, for example, they determined that according to their algorithm, C was in fact the most important score-wise. They could possibly use that data to use that as their judgment to move C in front of A and B. That's one. The second scenario that some are a little cognizant of, and I know it's been a discussion at both MABE and PZAM, and I believe Ms. Hummer's probably tuned to this as well. So the scenario I described to you first is probably the lesser of the two concerning. The more concerning scenario would be, for example, say hypothetically, Anne Arundel County, none of Anne Arundel County's approximately 125 facilities wound up being near the top of the statewide 1,400. So does that create a scenario potentially that the IEC would say, well, Anne Arundel, thank you for your submission, but at the macro statewide level, we've got a lot of schools ahead of you, and you just may simply have to wait a little bit while we take a look at that. None of that's been resolved. What I think the intention of the platform Ms. Ortiz is suggesting and the superintendent are suggesting is that there's been a very long history of preference for local control by this board, your board, prior boards here, this superintendent, prior superintendents. And we simply want an acknowledgement at the state level that there needs to be some recognition and understanding and some essentially weight given to a local board's decision, and to simply supersede that through some third or fourth sort of party algorithm might be problematic to certainly this jurisdiction, and maybe in MABE's estimation it may be problematic to many jurisdictions. I hopefully that helps a little bit, Mr. Live.
Thank you, Mr. Lyon. Ms. Hummer?
Yes, I'll just echo from MABE standpoints for all the boards of education. This is a concern because we all have unique needs, and we believe that local boards know best what are the priorities for their school system and how things should be built. And there is a concern that there would be a mandate of how schools would have to be built or in what order and how that money be received. And again, I think it's an overall belief that we know best how to serve our children and that we should be able to make those decisions on a local level. So I appreciate that this is added in there, and we'll certainly be speaking on that this coming term.
Thank you, Ms. Hummer. Mr. Grannon?
Okay, I'm going to move to table the vote on this proposed legislative program until our next public session, and I'm going to give my reasons for that. When we receive these ahead of the board meetings, part of our homework is to read them, but that that occurs in isolation, and when we're back there, we're not allowed to talk about this stuff. We're talking about appeals, legal matters, that kind of thing. But under the Public Open Meetings Act, we're not allowed to sit, at least a majority of us, and sit and confer about these things. And I'll just be quite candid, just up here on the dais during your presentation and during this time, I've heard some interesting comments from my fellow board members that I want more time to think about this and reflect on this. And I think this is a perfect example of how, with many issues, we need more than 6 days to think about these things and time to confer with each other. And so for that reason, I'd like to see us not vote on this until the next meeting.
Okay. Okay, so we have an amendment on the table. Is there
It's just a motion to table.
Yeah, motion to table. And it has been seconded. Is there any, Mr. Gilliland?
And just to clearly state, it's not indefinitely. I'm saying specifically to our next meeting. So this would be the same agenda item right in our next meeting, proposed for action at that time, or revision.
Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President. It feels good saying that. I'm inclined to support Mr. Grannon's motion to table for the same reasons I think he's stated, and I think eloquently. My one sidebar question, though, is and forgive me because I've been deleting a lot of things. I don't know when our legislative breakfast is. I don't know if we decided to do a pre-session or during session, and if there's a printing implication to having this finalized. If we were to table, are we jeopardizing that breakfast meeting with the delegation?
I'm being told that January 27th is the
Okay.
projected date
So
as
there
of
is time.
now.
Okay.
So I'm not seeing obstacles.
Okay.
Is there, unless the staff has any to identify?
No, that's sufficient time if the board chooses to hold
Okay.
off until the 18th.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. Do we have any further comments? So we're going to roll call on the amendment, which holds the vote to the next meeting.
Mr. Gilliland. Mr. Leib. Ms. Hummer. Ms. Alvey. Ms. Ellis. Mr. Grannon.
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell.
Aye.
That's 6-1, motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, so with the main motion being tabled to next session, we are moving on to item 6.09, Broadneck High School, which is a third-party project for the renovation of the weight room. Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend board approval of the Broadneck High School third-party project, weight room renovation.
Thank you. Okay, and do we have any information today?
Good afternoon, Lisa Seaman Crawford, Director of Facilities. We do not have a presentation, but it has been reviewed by our design group and maintenance staff, and they have secured funds. They have $45,000 in cash. This is the Booster Club for Broadneck High School, and they also have a pre-approved line of credit from Severn Bank.
Okay, so that, I believe, addressed some of the questions. I know I had a question about that, as did our auditor as well. Okay, Ms. Schulheim, I believe, you're next.
This looks fantastic. And so just to make sure, just to reiterate, they have funding in place, it's secure, and we're not, it's not going to go above the $200,000 spend.
They do not anticipate it, nor do we.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Public comment on the matter? Okay. Ms. Hall?
Ms. Schulheim. Mr. Gilliland. Mr. Leib. Ms. Hummer. Ms. Alvey. Ms. Ellis. Mr. Grannon.
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell. Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you, Ms. Howell. Okay, item 6.10, Van Bockelen Elementary School Stormwater Management Inspection and Maintenance Agreement, and I believe, Ms. Crawford, you're still. Dr. Arlotto, may we have your recommendation, please?
Yes, ma'am. I recommend board approval of Van Bockelen Elementary School Stormwater Management Inspection and Maintenance Agreement.
Okay.
Again, no presentation.
I am not seeing any questions, so I think we're good to go. Ms. Hall, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Schulheim. Mr. Gilliland. Mr. Leib. Ms. Hummer. Ms. Alvey. Ms. Ellis. Mr. Grannon.
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell. Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you, Ms. Howell. Okay, items for review today, 7.0.1, Maryland report card data and park assessments. I believe this is a staff presentation.
Good morning, Vice President Ellis, members of the Board of Education, Dr. Olato. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Jason Dykstra, Executive Director of Instructional Data, and I would like to ask my amazing colleagues to introduce themselves as well.
Good afternoon, Michelle Batten, Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction.
Good afternoon, Dawn Lucarelli, Associate Superintendent at the Office of School Performance, filling in for Dr. Maisha Gillens.
Maureen McMahon, Deputy Superintendent for Academics and Strategic Initiatives.
So we're really pleased to be here today. We're going to accomplish several things this morning or this afternoon. We're going to quickly review our current accountability system, take a look at our park performance as related to our accountability, and kind of give you a preview of kind of where we're headed as well. So accountability is actually not new for public schools. It's been around for well over 50 years. The most notable change that many of us are familiar with came in 2002 with No Child Left Behind, and for the very first time, we had to report test scores by student group. The next major change came in 2015 with a new federal law called ESSA, where we still have to report test scores by student group, but we also now can consider other factors and metrics in addition to test scores. So this has been quite a long journey, and it continues to move along for our schools and our districts. So our schools are under lots of rules, regulations, and requirements. Many of them do come from the federal law. We also obviously have to follow everything that is in COMAR, and we also have legislation that gets passed that impacts our schools and our districts, and our schools are held accountable with all of that every year. So just a reminder, we did this last year for you. We use an analogy of a house to kind of take a look at our accountability system. As you can tell, we kind of have a spread the wealth type of approach to accountability. There are lots of rooms in the house. There is a difference between the high school house and the elementary and middle school house. And the notable difference is really on the green rooms. For high schools get measured by their graduation rate, both 4-year and 5-year, and they also get measured based on 9th grade success. So that's kind of the notable differences between the two rooms. There's some distribution differences too, but all of the rooms exist in the high school house with the exception of grad rate and on track for 9th grade. So this morning we want to spend a little time with you, and we really want to take a look at the top of the house. So how is Park, which is now sunsetted, play a role in our accountability system for the last 5 years? So we've learned a lot. We've been at Park for 5 years, and we've learned a lot. And we figured out that the standards, the Maryland standards, are rigorous. We clearly recognize that the assessments are very difficult. And while AACPS is always above state averages, we know that with most assessments, we kind of mirror the pattern of the state and the other districts. And it's been difficult for all districts in the state to move that performance needle. We figured out that administering online assessments is very different. It's a different experience for our kids. It's a different experience for our schools, and we are getting better at it. Our largest performance challenges are with our special education students and our English language learners. You will see that consistently on the next 6 slides I'm about to show you. And in addition, we have gaps with students of different races and ethnicities. We last know now for sure, after 5 years, that a level 3, Park, as you may recall, has got 5 performance level descriptors, level 5 being the highest. Level 4 and 5 is considered college and career ready. And we know now with 5 years of data that a level 3 is actually a very, very good score, and those students go on to achieve really great things. So what you're looking at here is a summary of our journey, 5-year journey with elementary school English language arts. What you will notice that this is actually grades 3 through 5. You can see the district average, the state average, and then the colored lines represent our various student groups. What you're going to notice is somewhat flat line. What you're going to notice is there hasn't been a lot of movement either up or down. We kind of are in about the same place that we have been. If we move on and take a look at elementary school math, you will see a similar pattern. Again, this is grades 3 through 5. You will notice that the lines overall are relatively flat. We did see a little improvement with our English language learners. Moving on to middle school, taking a look at English language arts there, we do notice some improvement over the last 3 years with most of our student groups, which is a nice trend to see. And looking at middle school math, this does not include Algebra 1. That's coming up on an additional slide. This is just Math 6 and 7 and 8. And again, you notice that we did have some improvement for about 3 years, but we did see a small decrease last year for most of our student groups. When we take a look at high school English 10, this is the assessment that we have seen the most growth with, even better than the state in many cases. And just a reminder, it is also a graduation requirement, but we've seen some nice growth with the majority of our student groups in this category. Certainly last but not least is Algebra 1. This data does represent both middle schools and high schools. We have lots of middle schoolers who take Algebra 1 in either 7th or 8th grade, and then the remaining students take it as a graduation requirement either in 9th grade if they can. So again, the data is kind of up and down. There is definitely some growth that happened for most student groups in the middle, but we did see a decline last year, again, even across the state. And this assessment is a graduation requirement for all students. So Park is sunsetted. We're moving on to MCAP. MCAP stands for the Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program. It governs all state tests. So you're going to see that it governs 4 content areas: math, English language arts, literacy, science, and social studies. It covers almost all students, certainly students in grades 3 through 11 from almost a mandated standpoint. We include our special education students, our English language learners, and even our youngest learners in kindergarten. All of those assessments that you're looking at on that screen, with the exception of kindergarten, are included on a school's report card, so they count. It's somewhere in the metric, in the formula, all of those assessments play a role in the school's report card. So that's a lot of tests. Please note that we are governed by one of that legislation, Protect Our Schools Act, that I referenced earlier, and we have to stay under 2%. We're under that. So it's a lot of tests on a list, but we certainly, 8th graders have the highest, and they're just under 2% of the instructional school year. The test itself, even though it's going to be new, is going to be run very similarly to how we did Park. So there's going to be testing windows, anywhere from 4 to 8 weeks, that our schools can operate within. We provide schools tons of support. We provide them subs. We provide them stipend money to help get ready for the test. We actually send out any central office staff member who has a current certification is deployed for 5 days out into the schools to support testing in our schools during those windows. And we certainly make arrangements to make sure that students who need accommodations have a very appropriate testing environment.
So the MSD assessment and curriculum branches have worked together to design shorter assessments to adequately measure the depth and breadth of the Maryland state content standards. With the design and development of our own state assessment, Maryland educators have been a part of the test item development, item review, scoring, and standard setting. The involvement of our educators allows for a deeper understanding of the content standards and how to instruct in these standards, as well as what evidence looks like that displays students' understanding. MCAP assessments measure student performance against the same college and career readiness standards that were measured by our previous assessment. The level of student understanding necessary to achieve proficiency remains the same. Our AACPS program of study continues to be student-driven and future-focused. AACPS curricula constantly evolves based on data, teacher feedback, and observation. This is an ongoing practice, and no curriculum changes will result simply because of the transition to MCAP. English language arts assessments in grades 3 through 8 and English 10 will be administered over 4 units, also known as testing sessions, with 70 minutes allocated for each session. The total testing time is 280 minutes. The 70-minute allocation is to ensure students have adequate time to read and examine reading passages, answer scaffolding questions, and demonstrate their comprehension through written responses. Mathematics assessments in grades 3 through 8 and Algebra 1 will occur over 4 units testing sessions with 40 minutes allocated for each session. The The total testing time is 160 minutes. Students will solve problems, multi-step problems that requires them to reason mathematically, make sense of quantities and their relationships in order to solve real-world problems and show their understanding. We are staying the course. We will continue to teach the Maryland College and Career Ready standards. The teaching and learning cycle drives instruction based on 3 core practices: planning for learning, teaching for learning, and assessing for learning. These 3 core practices of lesson design are developed through the elements of rigor, relevance, and quality learning environment. We continue to focus on building amazing relationships with students while engaging them in learning experiences inside and outside of the classroom. Our teams are dedicated to developing high-quality professional learning for our teachers that prepares our students to contribute to a diverse and changing world.
So as you probably know, report cards were released yesterday by the state, and there was lots and lots of good news for Anne Arundel County Public Schools. I hope you got to see some of those press releases. They were great. So report cards are out, and there's a lot of information that is available on our schools on the state report card. Every school gets a percent. That percent represents the points they earned on the report card over the points possible. Every school gets a star rating that is directly associated with that percentage. And then last but not least, every school is given a percentile rank that actually compares them to all other schools in Maryland at the same level. So all elementary schools are compared to elementary, middle to middle, and high to high. There is lots of additional information also available on the report card. We can get way down in the weeds with indicators and take a look at the points that a school earned by indicator. We can take a look at how they did with regards to their equity targets, their actual target, and whether they're getting better over time. And all of that information is available literally at a click for any stakeholder. In addition, with regards to equity, we certainly break out all of the data by every student group. We do it 3 ways: performance, whether they met their annual target, and whether they're showing improvement if they didn't meet their annual target. So those are 3 ways that we do that. We do it for both math and English language arts. So again, back to the good news. So we had 73 schools move up a level. That is well over half of our schools in the district. We have 62% of our schools in the 4 and 5-star range, and 95% of our schools are at 3, 4, or 5 stars. So we clearly were leading the pack with regards to the state this year, and it was nice to give our schools a lot of recognition. It was nice to see some of our schools highlighted last night on Channel 11 and Channel 13. So we're kind of early in the data. We have been crunching numbers, and we're digging in. Some patterns are emerging right now. I wanted to share a few with you, some highlights. We are seeing really positive results at both the elementary and middle school level with regards to school quality and student success. Specific to elementary schools, we saw some nice growth in academic progress, and our high schools continue to show some really nice scores with graduation rate, readiness for post-secondary success, and they showed some really nice growth with one of our student groups, our economically disadvantaged student group. So that's been nice to see. More data is coming out. We're crunching right now and getting out more files and summaries to our schools and to the district. So where are we? Well, we're year 3. 17-18, as you may recall, was year 1. 18-19 is year 2, and it's the data you just reviewed. But schools have targets for every student group with every indicator, think rooms. So every student group in every room has a target now through 2030. So this is a long journey. It's a very long accountability journey. Already mentioned, 95% of our schools are in a really good starting place at 3, 4, and 5 stars. And we know that our ESSA components that we've shared in the House really align very, very well with our Anne Arundel County Public Schools strategic plan. So we're on our way. We just reviewed with you the kind of the ESSA house. The base of that house is really all about school quality. The top of that house is all about progress and performance. And as you know, our strategic plan is built on all means all and ready, set, launch. Those two mirror each other very, very well. And we can see lots of evidence of that in our current strategic plan.
Equity is a critical component of ESSA and the district's strategic plan. In order to meet the goals of both, we're committed to having ongoing dialogue and professional development about equity for all students by offering Anne Arundel County Public Schools staff a comprehensive model for evaluating their current systems while providing a blueprint for improvement. To advance and support the work of equity, each school is assigned an equity liaison. Equity leads deliver professional development on equitable practices for their staff of the 4 designated early dismissal days. As a matter of fact, tomorrow is a designated early dismissal day where we will be recognizing the second Project Unity Day, so please wear your orange. Across our schools, employees are working to recognize the importance of showing empathy and understanding of others' perspectives. Use awareness of diversity to generate ideas for supports, services, curriculum, and projects, and analyze the school environment for evidence that educating a diverse group of students is important to people who work at our schools. Equity-focused professional development has also been conducted for various central office departments and different employee groups. The work of equity is the foundation for student success. For the past 2 years, Anne Arundel County Public Schools received the Magna Award in recognition for our efforts to bring educational equity to all of our students.
So as you heard from Mr. Dykstra, Ms. Batten, and Dr. Lucarelli, our schools are moving in a positive direction. But make no mistake, it is a marathon and not a sprint. We're on a journey purposefully built on 3 key foundation blocks: relationships, professional development, and a culture of equity that we're growing inside our schools. As you know, the lead component in our strategic plan is our belief and value, all means all. To embrace and live this value, we start by building respectful and trusting relationships between our adults and the students, and between the students themselves. As our relationships grow stronger, the learning environment becomes healthier and happier. And when that happens, our students feel safe, supported, and ready to learn. To support our student learners, we must think about the thousands of people who we ask to be our students' learning guides. Those are our awesome teachers, counselors, and administrators. It is important that we plan and implement quality teacher professional development, quality administrator professional development to support our educators, to give our educators the skills and tools they need to meet the needs of all of our students. And through these healthy relationships, and with this professional development, little by little, this culture of equity grows, where students soar academically because they feel individually valued, supported, encouraged, and hopeful for their bright future. And they soar because they get what they individually need in each of our schools and in every classroom every day. This is the journey we're on. And we're proud of these successes we've shared today, and we hope you are too. And yes, we have more to do, and the journey must continue. We have indeed planned for this trek, packed our bags well, and aligned our school improvement plans with our strategic plan. We have our students, every single one of them, at the center of everything we do. And with this, we enthusiastically move forward. We're happy now to take any of your questions.
Thank you so much. That is greatly appreciated. We have several questions here, and I just had a quick one. You'd mentioned that we were allocating stipends to compensate for the launch of the new testing, and I was just curious. Do we know roughly like what percentage of an increase we're going to see versus like a year to year thereafter of maintaining the support and resources for the test?
So when we switched to Park, we introduced the concept of stipend money. We knew that we were going to need help after work hours in order to prepare testing rooms, in order to print tickets, in order to create testing groups, and a lot of that work can't be done either A, by one person, or B, during the work day. So we've had some monies available to support all of our schools with respect to planning for the various testing windows that we have. So we have a testing window in March, we have the survey that we give in the spring, and then of course all schools are kind of, kind of going Mach 10 with their hair on fire with May and the end of the school year. And so a lot of prep work has to go into that prior to doing that. So we've had the stipend money available to support our schools for 5 years. And just based on what we've learned from giving Park, there's just an exorbitant amount of work that it takes to test 50,000 plus students on devices and getting logins and passwords and student groups and making sure all of our accommodated students are really in the right testing environment. So I think the schools will need that support from now and moving forward, as long as we're in this type of testing window online mode.
So this is more of just this support will be in more of a continuum of service as opposed to like a one-time leap. I was a little confused on that when you said, well, to launch this, we've got it. I just wanted to make sure.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so very much. And we have Ms. Albee, Ms. Scholheim, and then Mr. Leib.
So you mentioned that the new test that we're using, MCAP, will be on report cards. Will it also show up the scores for those tests on high school transcripts?
No, currently we do not put state test scores onto a transcript. We simply indicate whether the student has met the graduation requirement. So it'll either say met or not met, which is what we've been doing forever.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Albee. Mr. Scholheim?
Hi there. Thanks for the wonderful presentation. I just had a couple questions. The first was the economically disadvantaged group. Is that essentially the farms group?
It's a subset of the farms group. So it's a new student group, newly defined by the state. So we still have our free and reduced meal population. And the economically disadvantaged group are those families that are tied directly to a state or federal subsidy program. So anybody who is directly enrolled in a support program is considered economically disadvantaged, versus our free and reduced lunch meal students. They fill out the application. So the families who are economically disadvantaged are already formally enrolled in a state or federal program. We get that information. Ms. Reese gets that information in her office, and those students are automatically given free lunch. The other students have to fill out the application every year to receive it. So we call them direct certification students because they are directly certified, no paperwork is needed.
So there is a subset of farm students that aren't in that new category.
True statement.
So
we report both.
Okay, great.
The graphs that I showed you have both.
Yeah, I was
Yep.
looking at the lines.
Yep.
All right. And
So
the colors.
they are
All right.
considered two separate student groups. We just need to understand that the economically disadvantaged student group is included in the farms student group.
Wonderful.
So that's because that's a subset. It's just less than 50% of that group. So it's not quite 2 to 1, but it's close.
Great. Thank you for that clarification. And my second question was about equity achievement targets and how those are developed. Do you use a standard formula? Is it a percentage? We want to see an increase of X percent every year, or is it different
It's a great
than
question.
that? Yeah.
So we don't do anything. They're issued to us. And so we're the baseline data that the state used was from 16-17. And then what they did is, as you just suggested, they extrapolated that out to 2030. And then basically what they did, it's a little bit more complicated, but in general what they did is they set targets each and every year so that schools have to move the needle 50% of whatever the gap is. So so to 100, whatever my starting. So if my starting point is 50,
Right.
I want to be at 100 by 2030. Then that's 50, and then divide by that number of years, which I believe is at the time 13, and then that's about what you would see for an increase each and every year with regards to a target.
Wonderful. And are we more or less meeting the equity targets? What percentage of our schools met that?
So this is the second year, so that's the data we're digging into right now.
Sure.
So last year was the first report card, so there were no whether you met the target or not. Now we're in year 2 of the report card, so now you see those flags that I showed you on the report card. So it will show for every student group, every test, every indicator, it will show you, did that student group meet the target that was prescribed by the state? If they didn't meet the target, it will tell you in the next column. So if you did meet the target, you automatically improved. So that's an automatic yes in the second column. If you didn't meet the target, then maybe you improved, but you didn't improve enough to meet the target, or you did not improve at all.
Got it.
And that's on that very simple chart that I'd show you a glimpse of it, but that's on the state website that came from.
Okay, so that's one way. That's one data point of illustrating whether or not the achievement gap is being eliminated. But I suspect that internally we're looking at our local assessment scores and our report card grades too. You're all nodding yes. So.
Yes.
Cool. All right. So we're continuing to do all three of those things alongside one another to get. And then is that rolled up into any sort? I'm not suggesting that you do more work and present more often than you already do, but is that rolled up into something that we can see as a board annually?
Yes, and so we do roll it all up into a district report, a district summary, if you will. Just like we did with Park, we will do the same thing for the district report card. And we'll do it by level, so there'll be an elementary district kind of report summary, there'll be a middle school one, a high school one, and then there's a multi-grade level one. And then
do you split it out via the same groups?
We split it out by rooms in the house. By rooms in the house. Anything with student group, you kind of have to go in, you have to kind of dig in because there's so many rooms, there's no way to put all of that into kind of one summary chart, graphic, et cetera, because there are 6, 7, 8 different data points. Right. It's just too much data for a summary chart.
And so that happens at the school level.
At the school level.
School improvement teams.
So then the school improvement team will be able to see how they measured up with the state stuff relative to the local piece, because they might be meeting the equity target on one and not the other, or vice versa. So I just want to make sure that they're all apples to apples.
Right, and they're also all aligned within our strategic plan, and so they're also gauging how much growth they have along that line as well.
And I realized that we were going to talk about this in a meeting, and then I went and injured myself, so these questions probably wouldn't have happened at that meeting, but I look forward to that meeting, hopefully in January. Yeah. Thank you for your wonderful presentation and all the explanation.
Thank you, Ms. Schallheim. Mr. Ladd?
Thank you. I, for one, just find it so refreshing to be talking about the achievement of our students. We get so bogged down into the day-to-day business nature of what we do that we rarely have a time to publicly and in our meetings brag about how good a job our students are doing and how good a job our teachers are doing in support of them. So this is very refreshing to me to have this opportunity. And number two, I'd like to congratulate the superintendent, Mr. Dykstra, Maureen. Last year when this first report card came out, I recall our level of performance wasn't where we all expected it to be. And you explained the situation that had arisen about how we did things didn't quite fit into the, how do you say this, the framework that the state wanted us to fit into. And yet you assured the public and you assured this board that that would be corrected and that you were going to get us into the proper framework. And I'll be doggone if you came through. You put it out there and you met up to it. And I'd like to congratulate you. It's a job well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Grannon?
Yeah, just a quick question. The groups that were in the various charts, those are required by state law that those groups be used for data tracking purposes?
Both state and federal.
Okay. There's no... those are required, but those could be the minimum, right? There's nothing that says that we couldn't use other potential measures.
Absolutely.
True.
Would we have access to data that would allow us to meaningfully track according to socioeconomic status? Because those groups are, largely racial and ethnic groups, but they don't control for socioeconomic status at all, as I understand it.
Yeah, there are 2 student groups, Mr. Grannon, that speak to socioeconomic status. We have our free and reduced meal students, farms, and we also have a new group that was formed by the state called economically disadvantaged, which is actually just a subset of that group. So currently, those are the only 2 groups that we have identified in our system that we can filter on to report out how are our economically disadvantaged students doing, our students who struggle socioeconomically or families who struggle, how do they do with regards to performance on the report card. So we do have two groups that we report on consistently. One is newer to us, and it's a subset of the larger farms group.
So we could, if we wanted to, for example, just to get a potential better understanding, we could look at, like there was one line for white students and one line for black students. We could factor in how many white students who are on free and reduced lunch, where are they performing?
Absolutely.
Versus black students who are on free and reduced. I mean, do you think that there would be any pedagogical kind of merit to doing something like that?
We do that. The files that we produce for schools are done basically in an Excel document that's very manipulable, so that a school can apply more than one filter to their own data, and a graph will instantly appear on their screen to show them those differences right there. So we do give our schools all the ability in the world to drill down, if you will, as far as they want to. If they want to get off of just one pure student group, they can add additional filters to any race or ethnicity. We can do it any way we want, and those filters are built in so that a school can do that and really further examine and analyze their own data.
But the public can't do that with the report card that's available, though.
No.
And at the school level, the school can get right down to the student.
I think, I don't want to speak for the whole board, I think it would be, I want to see it, but I don't want to just have me see it privately. I think it would be worth having a presentation to try to correlate those things. And I don't want to blow in the dice. I don't want to know the answer or assume the answer. I'd like us all to see at the same time where those are coming out, because I think that could be informative. I don't think I need to move for that. I'm saying that we should have a presentation on that, because I'm not at all mitigating the concerns of performance gaps or anything like that. But when you look at some of those pages, I mean, the gap is so yawning that it's really quite depressing. And for me, I'll just speak for myself. If there were something that could be correlated between those, such to see, for example, that free and reduced lunch white students were performing much closer to free and reduced lunch black students, that would be meaningful to me. What you do with that data next is a whole other story, but that would be meaningful to me.
Makes sense. It makes sense. And just so you know, our schools do that at the school level. But I hear what you're saying about having it at this level.
Thank you, Mr. Grannon. Ms. Ellis.
Thank you. I have another question I want to ask, but I want to piggyback that, because we hear a lot of, we have a lot of discussion and hear a lot of information about achievement gap, and it's really hard to know what is actually driving the gaps. And I agree. If we see that those lines are pretty close together, when you divide out the racial groups in the same socioeconomic category, that provides a different focus for trying to address those gaps. So I would love to see that as well.
The tricky piece, I'm not disagreeing by any means, but I'll say when we look at all this data, the really tricky piece is there's many, many more variables that confound the issue. And so it's easy to be lulled by the data. It's easy to be lulled into using only one or two filters and then making assumptions that can take us down rabbit holes that are a little scary as well. And so overall, at the school level, we have a lot of rich discussions about when we apply the filters, what are we missing, what don't we know? And then we have the qualitative data that talks to us about families in crisis and people living in trauma and things like that. And it's all the data that makes it a much richer discussion.
Just as a follow-up, what percentage of students across the county roughly are qualified for free and reduced lunch?
Just over 30%. Yeah, it's about a third of our students.
Thank you.
And then, excuse me, I always get a little anxious when we're talking about testing, because I philosophically have concerns about what the focus on testing has done to education. This is a nationwide issue, but so that being said, how much do we as a school system pay attention to the program for international student assessment? I don't know anything about how that test is conducted, how many of our students participate, and do we look at that, and what do we do with that?
So there are a couple of international tests. The State Department decides, or State Department of Education decides what we kind of participate in. In general, what happens is that our schools are randomly selected, and then within schools, there's another random selection at various grade levels, depending on what test you're talking about. The one that Maryland participates in is called NAEP, the National Assessment of Educational Progress. We give it to 8th grade students, and so every 2 years, we get a list of randomly selected students in randomly selected schools that have to take that test. And that's done nationwide, and then those results are kind of rolled up into averages for this, what you referred to, these international comparisons. So we do participate. To my knowledge, we did not participate in the data you probably most recently saw in the paper. To my knowledge, Anne Arundel County did not participate. I don't necessarily know whether the state of Maryland participated, but to my knowledge, nothing came across my desk that we had any schools or students selected for that particular test.
So we don't have a way in other words, the results were not great for our nation, right. But we don't know how our students are performing relative
Correct.
to...
So using NAEP, which we do participate in, we do not get student level, school level, or district level data back from NAEP, for instance, with our 8th. We don't know how our 8th grade students did. They roll it all up into a national kind of a report card.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board questions or comments? Okay. Thank you guys so very much. And I just want to, mirror what Mr. Leib said. You're outstanding. I can't wait to see next year. Okay. Next is item 7.02, the monthly financial status report and FY 2020 revenue and expenditure projections. Do we have a?
No, we're here to answer questions.
Okay. Do we have any board questions for the staff this afternoon concerning? Okay, seeing none, thank you, gentlemen, for making the walk. All right. Just a reminder that our next board meeting will be Wednesday, December 18th at 7 p.m. Policy Committee will be meeting on the same day at 4 p.m. here in the boardroom, followed by Budget Committee as well. And, oh, no, you guys are this afternoon. Correct. Okay, they're meeting this afternoon immediately upon conclusion of this meeting. And with that stated, willing to entertain a motion. All in favor? Aye. Thank you very much.
All right, so eat and crunch numbers quickly.